Happy Saturday, everybody. So glad to have you here for our level design day. Excited to see so many of you up this early on a Saturday. What? You call yourself game devs? You shouldn't have gone to bed until 4 hours ago. All right. Looking forward to this. A lot of you have been talking about wanting to improve your level design skills. So we're putting a whole lot of stuff in here. Newcomers, veterans, everybody should get something out of this. Feel free to share the link with your friends. And anyone you're working with who needs to get better. Don't tell them you're telling them they need to be there to get better. Just tell them they'll be interested in this. Don't let them know that you think they really desperately need to be in this stream. They do, but we don't have to let them know that. All right. We have a few other events coming up. This is a follow-up in a series of free live streams we've been doing through the year. We started with the Resolve session in January. That did really well. A lot of people thanked us for those presentations on all aspects of game dev. Doing level design now. We'll go into SimFest in June. Still not sure what we'll do in late summer. So if you have a topic you want us to go into, AI, marketing, community management, whatever you think we need to do a day on, let us know. info@ggda.org. If you're a GGDA member, you can let us know in the Discord chat. And please feel free to take part in our Discord Voice General channel to talk with our presenters today when they're done with their presentations. And we are looking to have an event second Tuesday in May to show off some levels. We're still talking with a location, trying to do it in a neat co-work environment. So we'll probably have a presentation on teamwork and team building, followed by a bunch of level design analysis. But we'll announce that when we have the location firmed up for it. All right. Victoria Lyons has given some great presentations for us already. She actually was involved with us way back when she was a student, but now that she's moving through companies and working on bigger and bigger game dev projects, it's really exciting to see her thoughts evolve and her presentations get even more in depth on cool stuff that you need to know. She is working to become a certified Unreal instructor. She is already doing some Unreal instruction. So if you need help on your Unreal skills, or again, those people you work with who need that help, reach out to her, again, in our GGDA Discord channel. So with that, let's go ahead and turn it over to Victoria Lyons. Victoria, if you want to take it away.
All right, thanks. So good morning, everyone. It's exciting to be the first presentation of the day. I think this is my first time being the first of an event we're doing. But this is Building Levels Fast, an intro to editor blueprints, something that is really powerful within Unreal, but I think a lot of people don't even realize it's there, even though it can be useful to level design, but also a variety of other things of being able to customize the editor using entirely blueprints. So, I'm Victoria. I guess Andrew already did a bit of an introduction, but I work as a technical artist primarily. So I am an Unreal instructor, but so I work with editor blueprints quite a bit and mainly building tools for artists and other roles. All right. I know a lot of our GGDA crowd is primarily Unity developers, so I'm going to do a really brief overview of blueprints just to kick things off before we go into, editor blueprints so we can get on the same page here. So yeah, we'll start with what are blueprints. So blueprints are Unreal's visual scripting system. This first line at the top here of the presentation, a gameplay scripting system based on the concept of using a node-based interface. That's the definition from Unreal's documentation, though as we're about to talk about, it's used for a lot more than just gameplay. The most common things you'll see it used for when you go and look up Unreal tutorials and whatnot is going to be things like player controllers and characters, any sort of interactive objects in a level, AI, your level functionality. The closest comparison, though not, I guess, entirely accurate to those of you working in a normal Unity workflow, would be prefabs to some extent. Like one thing blueprints are used for is building these classes that have meshes and different components and functionality attached to them that can be instantiated in the level. So in that sense, it is sort of like a prefab, but as we're about to talk about, it kind of covers a lot more, because when we say blueprints, we're not just referring to the type of blueprints that go directly into the level, but anything that utilizes this visual scripting system. And normally in games, blueprints are used with a combination of C++. Well, you're define, I guess, more intricate logic or your base class of something in C++, and then use blueprints for more of, I guess, smaller changes, but also anytime you need to expose being controlling something to designers or non-technical roles, or there's just a visual element to it you don't want to do in code, that's where you kind of switch over to working in blueprints. But you can also build games entirely using blueprints alone, and of course, as we're about to talk about, editor blueprints to modify the editor itself. All right, so I'm going to do a quick example just for those of you who aren't familiar with Unreal at all of what a blueprint is before we talk about what we're doing today. So I have a Unreal project open here. This is just your regular third-person template in Unreal Engine 4. And a blueprint, I'm going to go here to my content browser, create a blueprint class. You pick your parent class. I'm going to pick actor, which is kind of your most basic class to inherit from. That's just, this is something you place in the level. Other than that, it can be really anything. And I'm just going to name it BT. This is a blueprint. That's actually a long name. Maybe I should have named it that. Okay. But instead of like if you're used to working in Unity, like, so this is something we drag into the level, right? Like a prefab. But instead of like having being able to see it over here and adding on different scripts and whatnot, the blueprint has its own editor where you have viewport. That's where you add components. That's going to be things like your static mesh. I can add a static mesh. I can make it a cube. Make it a 1 meter cube right here. If I had different components, which I've added some sort of functionality to, I can add it here. So for example, I'm going to add a rotating movement. So now it has a rotating movement component. And then also each blueprint has its own has its own functionality that can go on the blueprint, in this case, the actor itself, rather than just its components. So here, these are, I'm going to take this one out, but some of the common events that get added to actor blueprint by default. The first being, well, one being event tick, which is essentially, I guess, the Unity equivalent. It's a void update. I haven't worked in Unity for a while, but this is the one that updates every frame, and this is the one that plays once when you first add something to the level or first spawns into the world. So event begin play and event tick. And by node-based scripting, we just mean that we can add nodes to this and drag functionality after it. Each node will execute in the order of this wire. So you can see the execution order right here. In this case, I'm going to copy and add 3 different print strings. One's going to say this first, one's going to say this second, and one's going to say this third. I'm going to compile that, save it, and now if I go into the level, there's this actor we just made, which has a cube on it. It should rotate, and when we start the world, it will print this third, this second, this first, this second, this third. And yeah, you can see we have the rotating component on it, as well as the cube. So that's just kind of a super, super brief overview of some of the stuff you would normally use blueprints for, but that's not actually what we're going to do today at all. But same visual scripting system. All right, so now we're going to talk about what our editor blueprints for. This is, or just editor scripting in general. This is a specific plugin you can enable within Unreal, and that allows you to extend and modify and build tools within the editor. So when we're talking about level design with blueprints, we're usually talking about 3 different goals we're trying to accomplish. It's not necessarily something that goes into game, but something that just helps us build our game, really. So the first thing that you would use editor scripting for is normally some sort of speed related task. You have something you need to do that's kind of repetitive over and over again. I think example here is, say you're building a game made of tiles or cubes, and that's like the map of the world. It's not procedurally generated, and you need a way to quickly edit that in the editor rather than just adding a cube and adding a cube and adding a cube and copying and pasting them. So you might make an editor tool that allows you to make long rows of cubes or make different grids of them in weird shapes and extend that in the editor a bit easily and save yourself time when you're building out a level. The other use of use case of blueprints is going to be editability, just exposing things that you don't normally get read in the editor to people who are in non-technical roles. So say, for example, you're building a dialogue system and you have writers actually working in the engine, and they need to be able to add a bunch of stuff for different lines characters might say and how they react and the different choices. But all that data that's your more technical roles, mostly programmers, are going to be accessing isn't exactly all that editable from the regular editor. So in that case, you could use some form of editor scripting to build a tool for writers to interact with that and add the dialogue they want without the help of a programmer. And then the third case for editor scripting is usually going to be some form of consistency. This is when you have a lot of people trying to do the same thing has room for human error, and if it messes up, it can cost a lot, so you want to ensure that that thing doesn't happen. So this may be something like, oh, ensuring assets are named correctly, or ensuring all the right things are in a level before it can actually be packaged in a game, or ensuring when an asset is imported that it doesn't have an absolutely absurd polygon count or something. All right, so first we're going to talk about speeding up tasks a little more in detail. Again, this is tasks that are repetitive and consistent. Those can be automated. So some examples of this would be project cleanup and organization. Like I mentioned, building similar assets over and over again, placing similar objects in a level over and over again, and adding and managing data for characters, dialogue, combat, quest, whatever. My example here would be, like I mentioned, if we're building a game made of tiles and blocks. Say, for example, if we were recreating Battle Block Theater in Unreal, then we don't want to place every single cube for every single level because there's a lot of cubes in Battle Block Theater that is called Battle Block. But in that case, we might build a editor tool to let us, say, if we had these little clouds, drag them out, place multiple at a time, quickly build out this level without doing here's a cube block, here's a cube block, here's a cube block, and so on. So that sort of thing is where where editor scripting is really going to help us out with level design. Second, editability. These are tasks that aren't exposed to the editor, can be exposed to non-technical roles to editor scripting, like I mentioned. So this can be adding new things or managing existing systems like new dialogue, new items, enemies, events, I don't know, item cost, enemy stats, or just supporting certain features that aren't really exposed well by default in the editor. So similar to the dialogue example I was talking about before, say you have writers working within Unreal, and there's tons and tons of lines of dialogue within this game. So they need somewhere that they can manage the dialogue, the text that goes with it, the order things show up, the timing, like text pauses at a certain point and then continues, the audio associated with it, characters, animations, their reactions, and then of course reaction choices, which if say this dialogue, I know for some reason you have it going into a data table or something, that's going to be really hard to start managing. Or even if they're individual assets, then you're still moving to the content browser a lot. So instead, in this case, we would build some sort of interface where we can allow writers to edit that in a more intuitive manner. Same thing with, say we were building Balloon Tower Defense. Apologies, I clicked that. Balloon Tower Defense has, waves of enemies spawning. There's a lot of levels, but they're all kind of fairly similar, where you have different, I guess, wave timings, enemies that go in the wave, the number of enemies that go in each group per wave, and then different stats like, I don't know, Balloon Tower Defense, the speed they're traveling through the level, right? And then in this case, if we were rebuilding Balloon Tower Defense in Unreal, we might want to use editor scripting to give a designer a way to actually, manage that without having to scroll through, again, data, where they can just have their own little editor within the editor for that. And then, of course, consistency. These are tasks that will cause damage or time lost if they are done in an inconsistent manner. So this can be things like validating game data. So say, for example, we're building a Pokemon-like game. You don't want designers adding battles to the game because Pokemon has a lot of battles in it where they set the trainer and the path they walk and the Pokemon they have. but they forget to actually give the trainer any Pokemon, or they forget to give the trainer lines or something, or they leave it at default. You want to make sure that everything that needs to be there for there to be a battle is actually there, even though you have tons and tons of different battles to manage. So in this case, we might use some form of editor scripting to verify that when a designer adds a new battle to the game, they're actually adding all the data that needs to go with it. And then it also comes to less level design, but more art side of things with importing, setting up, making sure assets are managed correctly, managing source files. Like if you have your FBXs and ZBrush files and whatnot associated with the model, and you don't want to lose that, especially when you, I don't know, are switching. There's a lot of outsourced companies or a lot of companies working together and you're sending files back and forth, organizing projects, and also optimization policing for some types of games. Put two example situations here. Like I mentioned, say a game has hundreds of people and several studios working on it, and every file must have consistent naming, placement, and completely tracked source files. If people start doing that manually, you start running into some issues where every file is probably not going to meet those conditions. Or a different example, maybe a game has many possible item drops, and like the Pokemon battles, every item must have certain values associated with it. So they don't have I guess most things you would set a default value for, but an item that you forget to add a mesh for, or an item that you forget to give a monetary value for when someone goes to sell at the store, or you forget it's a consumable item and you forget to put stats on it, or someone just kind of leaves that halfway done. You want to make sure those don't end up in the game. So that's where you can use editor scripting for checking on consistency of things. But of course, making all this sort of stuff comes down to really just a cost-benefit analysis. There's a lot of times where you can make a really robust and great tool, but it's only worth the time if it's justified by the benefit. And as I know, there's a lot of indie devs who are part of GGDA and probably viewing this, and a lot of times you're going like, oh yeah, that's really cool to have a system to validate all the assets that you're importing and track their source files, but it's just me and my friend over here. We don't really need that. So yeah, there are some things where editor scripting definitely scales with the number of users, and you're going to get more benefit out of it at a larger company. But because blueprints are so fast and we don't really have to go into the detail of tool development that you normally would if you were just purely to do it in code, you can actually justify some forms of editor scripting, even at the indie scale, technically even at the game jam scale. Like I've made little widgets in 30 minutes to help me with game jams, just to work a little bit faster. And there's I guess a lot of more low-hanging fruit that you can get to. But so let's go ahead and look at the costs. Like, okay, if we're going to decide I want to automate this thing, or I want to make myself a level builder for these types of levels we're building in the game, and we have 100 of them. How do we actually know if the benefit of that outweighs the time we're putting into it? So the first is obviously counting all areas of the cost of creating a tool. So a lot of people think like, oh yeah, developing the tool, that's how much time it takes me to develop it. But then, no, there's actually a lot more. That's actually a very small portion of it. So you have development, of course, how much time the tool is going to take you to make. But then you have testing, because a lot of times you may make it one way and you send a prototype, and then someone in QA says, hey, no, this is stupid. Or you hand it to a level designer, or yourself or your friend who's the level designer, if you're at a smaller scale studio, and they go, wait, this isn't actually what I need modifications to it. So then there's testing, and then of course iteration to go and make those changes. The bigger your team, the bigger the concern of documentation and training, because you have to make sure that one, people actually know how to use the thing you make, and two, if they get stuck, they have a place to go and figure that out without constantly contacting the developer, because then you spend all this time developing a tool that was meant to you spend all this time supporting a tool just by helping people out when it was meant to save time in the first place. And then there's, of course, the big one, the cost of supporting a tool, which comes with any form of automation. Those are considerations like what would be needed if the needs of this tool changed. We're building out a tile-based level and suddenly want to add diagonal tiles as well. All right, we probably built a tile placing tool to not account for diagonals. Now we need to go back and make that work. How long can we be sure we'll need this for? If something about how the game's made is changed, or if the design changes, then, or how you're doing it technically changes, then you might make a tool that quickly becomes obsolete. Of course, what happens when the engine is updated, because if you're updating your game with the engine, you've got to update all the tools you've made. And then the important one, can this be used for multiple games or projects? It's really nice when you can build some form of a widget or a blueprint that can be used across multiple games, then you're better justifying the cost of that. And then, of course, the big one, what happens when the original developer is no longer working there? If you do get in a scenario where a tool maybe isn't well documented, there's not resources for training people in it, and you have one person who made it constantly helping everyone who's using it, when they're gone, yeah, then the tool kind of becomes obsolete and you've lost a lot of time for support as well. All right, and then all of that, of course, we're going to weigh with the benefits of making some sort of tool to help us build levels faster. So the first, if you're making something to increase speed, you're looking at time saved. That's how many hours are we saving and for how many users. It's much easier to justify something where it's, oh, you have 15 people using this one tool and they're going to use it for 3-4 hours every week for the next year, or versus, oh yeah, this one person wants a tool, they're going to use it for maybe 10 hours for 2 weeks, but then after that 2 weeks, they're never going to use it again. And then editability, when we're talking about making tools specifically for that, is whatever you are trying to expose doable without the tool? How much time does it cost if it is? And would the results be the same? Like in the example of, say, we're building some sort of narrative editing system or for dialogue, then that would be the scenario of like, all right, are writers still going to be able to get the same quality in terms of keeping track of branching dialogue choices if they don't have that branching interface to work with it? And then, of course, consistency, risk reduce. What happens if what we're trying to prevent, actually happens? How much time would it take to clean up? How much time would it cost QA or other roles or whoever's going to end up finding with a problem if you do something you shouldn't, like adding a Pokemon battle that doesn't actually have any Pokemon to battle in it? And then what would happen if, worst case scenario, it made it to a different studio or clients or players, worst of all? All right. And like I mentioned before, the benefit of tools and automation of any form will scale with your number of users. And the speed of creating blueprint tools specifically, it was what allows us to be justifiable on a smaller scale. Yep. Okay, so now we're going to go into how this works in Unreal Engine. Before though, I want to stop and see if there's any questions about the previous section. Those of you who aren't familiar with Unreal or just haven't really heard of editor scripting before.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good comments in the chat so far, but I think they're holding their questions.
Okay.
So I think they all really want to see it in use. Getting a lot of praise for the
Okay.
engine as well.
All right, we'll go ahead to that then. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over back to the engine here. To even access editor blueprints in Unreal, you actually have to enable this plugin. So to do that, you go to Edit Plugins, and you type in Editor Scripting. Yeah, Editor Scripting Utilities right here. Now, this is still technically considered in beta in 4.2.7. I'm not sure if it's still considered beta in 5, but I'd say it isn't really, even though it's beta, it's still pretty stable. I've been using it for years and haven't really had any trouble with it. You do run into a few things where there's some things you probably need exposed to the editor that aren't by default, and you have to go and change it and do it yourself. But other than that, it's a pretty solid plugin. You enable it, this will require you to restart the editor. The other one that's super useful for creating some types of tools that I think a lot of people don't know is in here is blueprint file utilities. And this specifically helps a lot when you're managing files that are outside of the engine. Specifically, I don't know if you're working with source files or any sort of document that you're tracking with things that are in engine, then this will allow you to control that from blueprints. So those two things, super useful. All right. And there's a few different types of ways we can create editor blueprints, and some of it's not even with like using that editor plugin itself. Apologies, I have like two cats fighting beside me. So the first, this is something a lot of people have seen if they've been working in Unreal at all, is making almost blueprints, but the construction script almost behaves like a tool, or you have some sort of call and editor function that you can access from the details panel. So this, my example here is, I think, a fairly common tool that I've seen a lot of people use, which is, go back here, this smart spline generator, pretty popular on the marketplace, but it is a tool that's essentially based off of the construction script. So you can kind of see what it does, because unlike other parts of your blueprints, your construction script, when you change that in a blueprint, will be called both in game, but also in editor as you're just moving an actor around. So you can get stuff like this, where you're generating ivy and vines and hanging bridges and whatnot by making stuff for the construction script. Okay. I'm gonna go back real quick. But these are kind of restrictive because, one, you don't really have any customization over the menu. Things just kind of show up in the details panel. It's dependent on being in a level, so if you need something that's affecting, I don't know, multiple levels or assets or other parts of the editor, then it doesn't work too well. And also, this is why it's actually my least favorite way to develop tools, is this actually goes into game because it's in your construction script, and this will get called in game. But at the same time, it's kind of the most convenient approach to users because it's sitting right there in the level with things they're editing. You just have to, in this case, rotate something and you get ivy generating all over the place. One big caveat with it is because it will update when you're just dragging things across in the editor. If you have a ton of functionality hooked up to it, you can really start to bog down your editor if it's constantly updating tons and tons of times as you just drag it across the screen. So if you are doing anything in your construction script that's kind of tool-like, I would suggest, actually, it's pretty commonplace, but just putting some sort of Boolean to break out of that and not do any of it if, say, a checkbox in the editor is unchecked, because then you can prevent a bunch of crazy updates and functionality. And if you make tons of duplicates of this actor, it slowing down the frame rate of even the editor. But if we're not working with construction scripts, there are some things that are specific to editor scripting, like scripted actions. And these are going to be things that either apply to, you can do scripted actions for actors, so you can do something to multiple actors in a level, or you can do something, apply something to multiple assets in your content browser. Going back to some of our previous examples, this could be, say, for example, you're trying to validate that all of these, trying to think of the previous examples, the setup for Pokemon trainers that you're going to come across in battle, that all of them have their correct data. Maybe the one way to do that would be through a scripted action. You can just select all the assets in the content browser and check that they actually have the right data associated with them. Yeah, so it's commonly used for modifying and creating assets, organizing projects, checking assets against that criteria. And the good thing about this is it's not dependent on a level. You, or at least the ones that are for assets in the content browser, you just run that at any time. And it's convenient to users because it's literally just there in a right-click menu and you run it. You can also, like other things, even make a pop-up menu that requires certain inputs, which gives you a lot more versatility in what you can do there. And then we have, I guess, the third common type of editor blueprint, which is my favorite, editor utility widgets. This is when you want to create an entire menu within the editor. Usually you're going to use this for larger blueprint tools because you don't want someone having to create an entire new tab just for a few little buttons, which ironically is what's in this picture here. But it is kind of your most versatile option because you have complete control of the UI. You can add buttons and scroll boxes and editable text and really whatever you want to create your own little editor. Starting in 5, you can actually add entire viewports within editor utility widgets. So you truly can make an entire second editor. And then, yeah, this is done primarily through, this is done through UMG. And a lot of people, I think, don't like editor utility widgets because they're like, oh man, UMG looks bad by default. They rather go and do something in Slate, which if you're not familiar with it, that's just like kind of what's behind UMG. That's Unreal system for creating UI, both in game, and in the editor, and the standalone tools associated with Unreal. They're built in Slate, and UMG is just like your visual interface for that. But a lot of people don't like the look of UMG, and I realized like UMG behind it is Slate. You can get it to look the same as things normally would in editor. You don't have to have really wacky looking buttons and funny colors and whatnot. You can make this look nice. But we'll go into a few examples, all three of those in a second. But first, I want to talk about some of the limits of blueprints. So you can usually do more with editor blueprints than you can with gameplay blueprints. So this is primarily because when you're working with blueprints that are meant to be in game, you of course have to worry about things like, frame rate. How long is this blueprint actually taking to run its functionality? But when we're working in editor, our blueprints can get a lot bigger. We're doing a lot more on the blueprint side, just because one, we're trying to meet the criteria to meet that like cost benefit analysis, but also we're not really worried about our tools running at 60 FPS. If this takes, I don't know, God forbid, 40 milliseconds to run and you're working in editor, it doesn't matter. Which means, just blueprints get a lot bigger when you're working with editor blueprints. But at the same time, you can still only get so far without working in C++ at all. So editor blueprints, they're not quite as versatile as regular blueprints yet. There are a lot of times where, like myself working in it most days, I'd say, unless I'm making a really simple tool, there is some portion of it where I will have to work in C++ and at least expose something to a new node to use in blueprints. Or there's a lot of like editor delegates that you just can't bind to from blueprints. Yeah, so not everything's always exposed, and not everything in Slate is available in UMG. Like they're always adding more stuff that can be exposed to it, but there are some scenarios where you're like, oh man, I really just need a suggestion box, and you can't have that in UMG. You have to use it in Slate. And then also Blueprints has very limited options for data structures that you can use. Just like sometimes I think in the past, like one time I needed to build this whole blueprint and then realized, oh wait, I'm really dependent on having an octree here. And that's not going to be something you do in blueprints. So I had to rewrite the entire tool in C++ instead. But like, that's just a few considerations. Most of the time, especially when you're making more simple tools, blueprints by itself perfectly fine. And even when you do work in C++, you can make one or two blueprint functions, which you're exposing to your blueprint, and still kind of work at a quick pace to justify the cost of making this tool. All right, and then some other considerations. If you haven't learned regular blueprints yet and you're looking to jump into editor blueprints, I'd suggest, sticking with the regular blueprints first. One, because you can actually find tutorials on those. Editor blueprints aren't quite as well supported and documented, even though they're really cool. I think that's partially just because the plugin's still in beta. And generally, it just feels like you're on your own a little bit more when you're working with editor blueprints rather than regular blueprints. And if you are making them, though, it's best to work within a plugin rather than putting it in your game, mainly because now here it's when you work in a plugin, one, it's easier to apply the widgets or actors you make to multiple games, easily switch those between different games, but also you can kind of keep everything consolidated into a module that's explicitly for the editor only. So you're not as worried about, getting that mixed up with anything actually affecting the game. All right. But now let's jump into the examples in Engine. I'll leave the PowerPoint here and go back to my project. So a lot of these examples were originally meant to be kind of in a workshop format. And when you drag it out, it's going to start creating meshes. If I assign a mesh to it, 1 second. There we go. So here we have a spline. We can drag it out, edit it, drag cubes all through our level. And realistically, this is probably not what you would use it for. Usually these are used for things like roads or placing buildings or building out big areas where you just need to place a lot of meshes really fast in a line. But they're also, this one at least is super, super simple to build. I'm gonna open up the blueprint here. And I'm going to jump back to my event graph. So notice nothing's actually in the event graph, because like I mentioned, this is an entirely construction script tool. It's nothing on begin play, nothing on tick, nothing here at all. What the construction script does have is this one function, refresh spline, and then this branch here. This, like I mentioned, is not really applicable in this case, but a lot of times if you are building tools that are based on your construction script, then you want to have this as a guard here so you can turn this updating off whenever you want. If I go in here, I have this live update spline in my details panel, where if I have a ton of these in the level and for some reason I have more intense functionality attached to them and I want to just turn it off, you can always have that there to just stop it. So that's there to block this. But when you go into the actual refresh spline, this is very few nodes. It's a pretty simple blueprint. The only components we have with this is a component for instant static meshes and a component for splines. And what this is going to do first is we're going to take whatever mesh, which as you notice is exposed, instance editable, and whatever mesh we've set, and set the static mesh of our instance static mesh component. So whenever this now spawns meshes, or whenever meshes are added to this component, it's going to be whatever mesh we set in the editor here. And now for determining the number of meshes that we have on the spline, that's just going to be based on the length of the spline, right? And whatever we set is our distance between meshes. So you use this, now the length of the spline divided by the distance between meshes. For that, you get your number of meshes, and now we can just put it in a for loop and start spawning meshes along that spline. So the instances, or the instant static mesh component, that has a function called add instance world space, which we're going to use to, like I mentioned, add an instance of the mesh we specified and world space. And the world space is just going to come from the spline component, but then we're going to get the distance at a certain point along the spline, a rotation at a certain point along the spline, and spawn the mesh there. And then, of course, use our index of our for loop to determine how far along the spline we're going. So pretty straightforward, not many nodes there. I know I went over it pretty quickly. Anyone not familiar with blueprints, I'm kind of looking at this like, oh my gosh, what's all this? Why are there so many wires with tons of colors? But trust me, if you want to, I'll jump into general chat and Discord after this presentation. And if anyone wants the link to download this project, I have this. So you're like, hey, I want to see how that was made in more detail, then you can have the project. But that's really all that's in this blueprint. And so say if I were using this for like an actual level design scenario, maybe I want to pull out a lot of columns, or using it, I don't know, even if you wanted to place walls or anything along a curve, then this becomes useful. A lot of times what you'll see is leaving this as kind of an editor tool and then having some sort of button you can click or functionality to break these out into individual meshes, and that you can modify them each by itself, and then also an option to like bring them back into the spline, which is a lot of times what I'll do when I'm building spline tools, because when I want to move just one cube, this isn't really all that convenient. But yeah, giant train of cubes we've built here. Those are fun to use. Like I mentioned, though, we have a lot of different types of editor blueprints other than construction scripts. So the next one I'm going to jump into is a actor action example. So this is a different type of blueprint. This one's a actor action, which if I wanted to create one, you don't get it in your regular blueprints. Actually, only the basic actor ones you do. But you can create a blueprint class and choose all classes, and then you have a big choice of things you can use rather than just, your regular parent classes. So if I go and find actor action utility, and I could create a new one right here. But I'm not going to do that because I already made one. Now this is, say the graph's a little bit bigger than the last blueprint, but it's still pretty straightforward. What it does is a request I actually kind of commonly get for artists. Originally, I put these examples together to be less level design focused and more just general editor scripting. So say I have, these three meshes here. One is named bump static mesh, one is named left arm static mesh, one is named linear stair static mesh. Well, a lot of times what happens is people switch out a static mesh and they don't change the name of the actor. So for example, I have linear stair static mesh here. If I switch this out to be another bump static mesh like this, the actor and the world outliner is still going to be named linear stair static mesh. And when artists or level designers or whoever do this a lot, then suddenly you're running into a scenario where you have a lot of actors that are named the wrong thing and you want them to be named what the mesh actually assigns them is. Or say, for example, I'm just going to rename these other ones too. Right arm static mesh, I'm just going to name actor with wrong name. Right? So what this action is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to select however many actors we want, right-click on it, go to scripted actions, and it gives us this action called match name to mesh. So I click on match name to mesh, and you'll see everything was renamed. Bump static mesh 0, bump static mesh 1, right arm static mesh 0. But let's go into what is in that. So when you build a actor action utility, to get those type of events that you can call on actors, all that's really going to be is just a function like you would in Miss Blueprints. So in this case, I created a function called, like you saw in editor, match name to mesh. And what it's going to do is it's going to just rename our actors. So this little part here, all it's going to do is filter out our static mesh actors. You have a lot of nodes like this that are only available in editor blueprints. Get selected at level actors. Obviously, you can't access that in game. Things like this are going to be things that are enabled when you are working in an editor blueprint specifically. But we'll just put those in a for each loop. And for each of those, cast a static mesh actor to make sure we're not renaming things that aren't static meshes, because some things like blueprint actors placed in the world can be dependent on their name, right? Or we don't want to try to rename something to match a mesh if it doesn't actually have a mesh in it, right? So we're just going to get its static mesh component if it is in fact a static mesh actor. Make sure when the static mesh is actually assigned, we could have a component with no mesh in it. So make sure that's valid. And then what we're going to do over here, I guess I won't go into too much detail here because we're running out of time, but this just is going to increment a name. So when we have 15, we have 15 cubes selected, it doesn't name them cube. It's going to name them cube 0, cube 1, cube 2, cube 3, cube 4, right? So we don't end up with too many repetitive names. This only compares against what you have selected. I guess ideally it would be everything in the level, but it's all right for this example. So this is just going to associate an index with each name. And then once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and set an actor label. So we get the name of the static mesh. We append that with a string to the index we associated with that name or what index it should be at. And then we rename the actor. Set actor label. I think this is also, okay, that's her. Okay, I was thinking it was an editor node, maybe not. But yeah, I can actually scroll down here, open up editor or editor scripting, and there's a lot of different nodes in here that are specific to editor scripting, like destroy actor, editor end play, load specific levels. You can do that from blueprints, replace selected actors. You can also like make sure people are connected to version control, save things for them, check out things for them from here, which is really useful when you're working in tools that affect that. But yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, I'll have the project files for anyone who wants to look more closely through this, but you can see in just a few nodes, this will maybe take like 5-6 minutes to build. And you now have something that can rename as many actors you need in the level without having to go through these and renaming all of them individually. Okay, my third example I have here, this is the editor utility widgets I mentioned. So this is a super simple example of an editor utility widget. Ideally, I think you'd use it for a bit more before building one of these where it needs its own interface. But it is something like we can cover and be built really quickly, and we can build it really quickly. So editor utility widgets, unlike some other things, if you double click on them, it's not going to actually run the widget. It's going to open the editor for it. To actually run the widget, you have to right click on it, and click Run Editor Utility Widget. And this is going to give me this menu I built over here called BP Auto Screenshots. And what this tool does, you'll notice I have an absurd number of cameras placed in here. What this is going to do is it's going to get all the cameras in the level, put them in this scroll box with a little widget, and it's going to let me take screenshots from each of these. So I can enable whatever cameras I want to have screenshots coming from them or disable them, rename what I want the screenshot to be, and change where I'm going to have those screenshots saved to. So I don't want to render out all of these. I'm just going to have maybe 3 of them checked off, right? And then I'm going to click render. And now it's going to start jumping through the camera and render these different things I placed. And it's going to tell me good job when I'm done. I don't know, I just thought that should be in there. And if I open the folder it's saved to, you can now see I have 3 different screenshots taken from those 3 cameras in the level. All right, let's jump to what's actually in this blueprint. So this is UMG. If you've used Unreal before, you probably recognize it because it's the exact same thing you would use to build UI and game. Pretty much everything's the same, except that you have access to, editor-specific stuff when you go into the actual blueprint side of it. But UI is pretty straightforward. You've got like a few different borders, some text, editable text box here for where we save a screenshot. And then we have a scroll box to fill with the different cameras, our render button, and our cancel button, if for some reason we need to cancel the render midway. What it's going to fill the scroll box with, though, is actually a separate widget, editor utility widget, camera sub-widget, and this is a super simple one. It has some text and it has a checkbox, because that's, all we're going to really need for this. But so with widget blueprints, you have your designer side, of course, where you're going to actually set up what goes into this widget, and then you have the graph side, and this is where you start to see your normal, regular blueprint stuff, right? So this is going to have 2 different parts to it. First, where we actually set up the tool, this is going to be where it finds all the cameras, and it adds them to that scroll box. So I'm going to open up this function, and all this is going to do is it's going to get all actors in level that were of the class cinematic camera actor, and for each of these, we're going to create that sub-widget, this sub-widget, right? We're going to set the text, and then we're going to add this child, add this widget as a child to our main widget that we're in right now. So the scroll box we have as the variable, and add child is the widget that we've just created. It goes over here, right? So pretty straightforward. And then we have where we're going to actually take a screenshot. So when we click the button render, what this is going to do is do a little bit here to make sure we're actually saving these screenshots to some place that actually exists, right? And then we're going to get all the cameras to render. We're running out of time, so I won't go into this, but if you want me to cover it in Discord, I can. And this is just going to get each camera, its name, and the camera associated with it. And the name is just going to be whatever we set the text here, in case we want to, name the screenshot something different. And then this is just the for each loop, except I've taken a delay node and stuck it straight inside the for each loop, so that we're going to have 2 seconds, get a screenshot, 2 seconds, get a screenshot, 2 seconds, get a screenshot, and we're going to go through all of our different cameras, save it over to the save location. Get screenshot, that's just based off of our take high-res screenshot function that's normally available in the editor. It's just going to pilot the camera, take a screenshot, stop piloting the camera. Pretty straightforward. And then once we get through that entire loop, all it's going to do is going to show us a little message dialog. This, again, is something available only in editor because you don't make editor pop-ups in game. But show message dialog, it's nice for notifying people when a tool that takes a while is done. And all it's going to say is screenshots complete. Good job. There we go. So yeah, that is a editor utility widget. All right. And then finally, it's kind of a last example. What I have here is adding a toolbar button, because not only can you make stuff for the editor, make menus for the editor through blueprints, but you can actually extend the toolbar itself, add buttons, add entries to different menus. And this is going to be through a blueprint called a editor utility tool menu entry. So you'll see I have this button up here. I just made it say happy message, picks the icon, and when you click on it, it tells you hello. That's all it really does. But these are kind of useful because remember, like with that editor utility widget we made, the auto screenshots, say we wanted people to use this, but we didn't want them to have to dig through the content browser to find where the editor utility widget is, right click on it, click to run it, so on. So instead what we can do is we can add it so it opens a button. Though in this case, we're just having open a dialog box. But we have two different methods in here. One for when it runs. This is where it's going to register the actual button and then execute. This is where you click on it and it's going to show a message dialog. I guess you can go and look at the documentation for editor utility tool entry menus because you can actually do a lot more here. But I guess this is just some of the stuff here. And then here's where I define what's it called, where it shows up in the menu, where the section it shows up in the menu, and so on, or an icon, or other specific things. I honestly don't use this too much other than for just toolbar buttons. Usually I'll do that in C++, but you can do this in Blueprints. The only thing that's required here is a entry in your config to make sure this runs at startup. You can add it to the default editor per project user settings. And if I open this, click edit, you'll see I've added the section here that just adds as a startup object. Again, examples, toolbar example, BP toolbar example. And it's going to add this to our editor. If I wanted to make it, open an editor utility widget instead of showing just that little pop-up, you can grab the editor utility subsystem. Yep. And then you can spawn and register a tab. So in this case, say I selected it to be BP auto screenshots, then I can have it, instead of showing this message dialog when I click that button, open that little menu that we made. I'm not going to do that now because this will actually require restarting the editor to get it to show up. But you can do that. Okay. So those are kind of all four examples I have. I'm going to jump back to the PowerPoint and we're going to get to questions in a second. Sorry, I went through that really fast, though I know it's, if you guys need help in Blueprints in Discord afterwards, I can help out. This is just a brief overview of here's the things you can do and a little taste of editor scripting in Unreal. All right, I'm also going to link some learning resources here, things I find useful because it's kind of hard to find resources on editor scripting, but there is a Udemy course on it called Becoming an Unreal Automation Expert that I really like. It's teaches you to do things in Blueprints in Python because you can actually use that for editor scripting in Unreal as well, and then in C++. And then you have a few different things like making tools in UE5 series. That's pretty nice. And there's actually one lesson supported by Epic in their learning portal that's creating a simple scatter tool. So that's kind of neat. And that one's super beginner friendly, so I'd suggest that. But if anyone wants to jump into Discord, the project itself, if you guys want this PowerPoint, so you don't have to type into this, I can give you guys all these links as well. And then one just last thing, miscellaneous reminders for blueprinters, because like I mentioned, the editor graphs can get a lot more complex than gameplay graphs you're building. You kind of have to take in a few more considerations, specifically anything you would do that in code makes your blueprints clean. I'm sorry, in code to make something cleaner, you would want to do the same thing in blueprints. So this means things like actually utilizing local variables, not having huge sprawling event graphs, using reroute nodes and comment boxes when you can, because editor blueprints can get enormous and difficult to work with very quickly, more so than gameplay blueprints. So just, be careful with that. And, if you wouldn't do it in code, don't do it with blueprints. All right, that's everything I have. I think we have 6 minutes left. Okay, yeah, finished on time. Yeah, so questions.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you very much, Victoria. We do have a number of questions. A lot of praise for what folks were seeing along the way. I think this was the most common question we were getting. What are your other favorite plugins for working with blueprints?
I think let's see, those are the two I kind of use the most commonly. Honestly, there's a lot of plugins in here that I have absolutely no idea what they do, and very few people out there use them because there's just a ton of them. I'm trying to think. Those are the two I kind of use the most often for blueprints.
All right.
There's probably some that apply to editor blueprints, but I haven't actually really used them specifically other than the blueprint file utils and editor scripting utilities. A lot of these are kind of niche areas of the editor.
All right.
So I'm not sure if it's a plugin in 5 still, but in 5 now you can edit meshes in Unreal and make tools to edit meshes, save out meshes, create things entirely procedurally in engine and build tools around that. I'm not sure if that's a plugin or just built into the engine, but that's one I'm super excited about using.
All right. We had a question in Twitch when you were going through the blueprint class, showing how to create a blueprint class. They're asking what other classes would you create a blueprint class for?
Yeah, so, oh gosh, so you can create a blueprint class for a lot of things. I'm just gonna go over the common classes here. But if I don't have this all classes expanded, you'll see kind of your common things here. You have your basic actor, that's, like I mentioned, something that you place in the world, can be kind of just generally anything. Your pawns and your characters, these are things that you, as a player, or technically like as a AI working in that, though I think this creates a player character. You actually control, that's the character you move around, or a pawn is like essentially kind of like a character. It's the parent class of a character. It doesn't have the functionality for walking and running and human-like things. Player controller, you can make a blueprint for that. That's going to be that's going to be like kind of what actually takes in inputs, and you use that to control your character or pawn, right? Your game mode, that's functionality that's relevant to the entire game, and then every level also has its level blueprints, which is functionality specific to the level as well. Then you have actor components and scene components. This is going to be what's most similar to like script you drag onto a prefab in Unity. That's like, I'll go back to the actor blueprint example. That's these things, like adding the instances components or the spline, or in the first example, the cube is a component, and you can add as kind of any functionality you want to a component and then add it to tons of different actors. Some of the other ones include things like, oh gosh, there's a lot of niche areas of blueprints as well. Like it's not actors you're placed in the level. Like you have animation blueprints for controlling animations. You have widget blueprints other than editor utility, which you have regular widget blueprints for creating UI and game. And I don't know, there's so many of them. There's a ton, but I think those are all the most common ones.
Excellent. Great to see. I had a question specifically about optimization. So you talked already about how editor blueprints will be bigger than the game blueprints you'll put together. If you're not working in C++, what can you do to optimize your blueprints? Of course, the general solution for everyone is work in C++. After you've done your blueprints, use it as your prototype to build C++. But
there's definitely stuff you can do in blueprints still. I think the things I find people most guilty of, especially when they're starting off in blueprints, is one, putting things on tick. Like if you're working in Unity, that's kind of like your update. That's a thing that's going over and over and over again, because of course any functionality you put in there is going to be a lot more expensive than functionality on like begin play or one specific event. Most of the time you don't really need to put anything on tick at all. People overuse it a little bit. You can actually make your project by default start with all actors having tick disabled, which can help in the long run, and you just enable it when you need it. And then the other thing that people do a lot is not managing how actors or blueprints kind of share references and pass information between one another. And they use this node that I used once in here, actually, the get all actors of class, and they'll use it over and over again, or even worse, use it on tick sometimes, I see. And that's kind of one of your most expensive common blueprint functions that gets overused, where it's going to have to go through everything in your level. Sometimes you have a huge level and find the blueprints of find the actors of a specific class. That can get extreme quickly. So yeah, avoid those things. Other than that, just think anytime you can avoid iterating over something over and over again, or iterating over lots and lots of something, helps a lot with blueprints.
All right, great stuff. We are now at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, Victoria. Victoria will be in our general voice chat in a minute, and we'll bring Puzzles by Joe Cassavaugh over here to speak on secrets of the massively good enough level design. So hold on, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, check it out. Secrets of the Massively Good Enough Levels design with puzzles by Joe himself. Take it away, Joe.
Hi, I am Joe Cassavaugh. I am the Joe in Puzzles by Joe. I am about to release my 13th Clutter game called Clutter's Greatest Hits, plus the B-sides. And if you look closely at the B, you can see the B is actually 13. That is my 13th Clutter. And I often hide the number in the game somehow, either Roman numerals or silly stuff. Anyways, we're going to go really quick, and I'm actually very excited for this talk. I'm not going to so much, it's not a detailed one where I show you specifically, you know, specifically how to accomplish it in code or whatever. But I'm going to talk about some ideas and then show you how I applied them in Clutter to make my levels design and actually just getting out the game go quicker. So we're going to go pretty quick, but I hope you enjoy this. Okay, the alternate title for this was Refactoring Yourself for Fun and Profit. I've spent 11 plus years doing the Clutter games. About to put out my 13th plus game because there's another game called Sliders that was in there too. My first game had 500 levels, and my current games has over 2,100 levels. And you just can't do that many levels if you truly did them as individual levels. So there's some tricks and some other stuff I do and that I'm going to explain and go from there. Okay, one of the things that always bothered me when I work for somebody else is they always want you to tread water faster. And most companies will not pay you to really learn to swim better. However, when it's yourself, you can truly justify taking a little longer now if you know it's going to save you time and time and time and more time in future games, etc. Okay, also, my game is not a super AAA, gorgeous-looking game. It is truly a commodity. It is like a can of coffee beans. Yeah, anyways, it's like coffee beans, you know, cans going down a treadmill, and it does not matter how shiny that that coffee can is. All the people care about is getting that next can of coffee, and all that matters is really the distance down the treadmill that next coffee can is coming. But, I mean, you do have to have a certain amount of quality. You can't just shove out games. But you have to do, I've learned you have to do the quality plus the quantity. And the only way you can do that is truly by some software engineering techniques that I've learned over the time and by constantly trying to improve my own process. Okay, and better living through tools, that's just kind of obvious. But faster iteration, again, I can't say it enough, is the key. And you do that, one of the things, again, you focus on the short term, getting my next game out, but at the same time doing little things to make future development better. And I really didn't do this until I moved to Unity, because under the old system, I knew I was eventually going to go to Unity. So I knew I was eventually not going to use the old system. So getting that system better and better and then throwing it away wouldn't be a good use of the time. But as soon as I went to Unity, I got even more serious about refactoring my own process and getting better at what I needed to do to get the next game out faster. 3 is once too many for me. This is one little rule of thumb. I'll do something manually once. I can even justify it twice if I'm trying to get the game out, but the third time it happens, I'm going to fix the problem and try to find a way to automate whatever it is. I call that grinding the grind out. I don't want grind. I want my development to be fun, etc. Oh, I need to do one thing here. I'm starting my own clock just so that I'm aware of time. Okay, so anyways, I want game development for myself to be fun, otherwise it does in fact become a grind. So anything that's really this manual process that I have to do over and over again, I want to figure out a way to get rid of that. Let's see. Back to here. Okay, when in doubt, Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese word that really means just incremental improvement, constant incremental improvement. And that really is just my mindset, has been for a number of years, and that's it. It's a good thing to you. Okay, a cacophony of clutter constructions. This is really just stuff in my background that I just want to talk about briefly, and then I'll tell you how I applied it. So one thing younger people don't seem to know that much about is they don't know the difference between frameworks and libraries. And libraries, they'll know what a library is, and it's a little piece of code that you use in your code to make something easier. But that helps you solve a problem, but it's not the same as a framework. A framework is something your code sits in, and you learn rules of the framework so that the framework does a lot for you that you don't have to do. Excuse me. Repeatedly. But you have to play by the rules of the framework. So they're very powerful, especially if you write your own, and that's what I've basically done. I worked in a framework for iWin, and I brought most of the functionality of that framework over to Unity, and we'll talk about how I did that later. Okay. One of the things Unity stresses is, it's all container. But inheritance is very important too, and I use some C# inheritance along with the Unity container model because it does some powerful stuff. And again, we'll get into that when I talk about my framework, etc. Okay, flat files and indirection. It's nice to have WYSIWYG things where you drag things in and you do things, etc. But sometimes flat files is a good answer. And if you have a level of indirection where anything in that flat file can be the thing itself, or it can be a pointer to the real thing, that's very powerful. Okay. JSON, I know, I don't like to learn new things unless I really have a reason, so I haven't learned JSON. I've seen it, I've used, I use it to do settings in Unity and stuff, but I still use my very flat files because I go by the KISS method, and unless I have a reason for going to something more complex, I don't do it. And there's some things I wanted to process in my flat files that I think would be a little more difficult if I had to read them in with the JSON scripts first and then try to manipulate it. But I could be wrong about that. JSON might be perfect for me if I spent the time, but the KISS method is keep it simple, stupid, and I'm used to my flat files, and that's what I do. Okay. I already touched on this a little bit, but basically WYSIWYG is, Windows. What you see is what you get. But there's power in, having a corn shell or a shell that you use, or I use awk strips. Some people use Perl, whatever. There's power in batch scripts to do stuff. And it's always important to keep in mind what they can do better than, a Windows environment or a WYSIWYG environment. Okay. Never underestimate naming conventions. Just by naming things correctly, you can write routines where the existence of the thing allows your code to work in one way versus the non-existent makes it do something else. And for instance, in my pop-up help, that's what I do. I'm allowed to put in text in my pop-up help text file that if it exists, it will show you that when you hit that level. And again, it's all conventions and other things, but it's very, it saves you a lot of trouble than trying to tell each level what their help is. And it's tough to explain to other people, but when you're working by yourself, it's really, really powerful. Okay, I just always wanted to say this is the don't repeat yourself principle. But basically, if you write two pieces of code that are the same in two different areas, you just shouldn't do it. You just created a nightmare for support, for your own support. And it's too easy with the tools now. Just grab it, name it something. For me, if it's in a class inheritance, it might go down to the base, but just put it somewhere, name it something, and move on. Okay. Basically, cutting and pasting, you just shouldn't do. Okay. Necessity is the mother of motivation to learn a new tool. I really wait until I have a reason before I move forward. Okay. Cheat codes sometimes evolve into new features. I add tons of cheat codes in my code that are only used by me while developing, but occasionally I'll do something and I go, oh, you know what, that would be nice, and maybe I should put it in an interface and let my customers do it too. Sometimes you create something, it's hard to see 10,000 miles or even 5,000 miles. But sometimes you see, 500 miles or whatever, you do something little to help improve something. And then once you do that, you go, oh, I can do that other thing. And it's really hard to see that other thing until you do the first thing. And it's just something to keep in mind that you don't have to solve all the problem. You just want to take the step forward. And again, you want to keep your eyes open that maybe that step forward has now led you to a different view, and now maybe you can do something else that's even better. But trying to think of that something way, way better at first seems to be counterproductive, at least for me. Okay, one-button testing is its own reward, and that's kind of obvious, but basically it's just something I always keep in mind that I want to automate. Even a 3-step process is horrible if you can get it down to 1. Now, you can't always do that, but that's where I'm always thinking. Okay. Here's some specific examples in the post-Unity Clutter world. And by post-Unity, I mean post-going to Unity. So I'm going to give some specific examples now, and that's going to be the rest of the talk, and then a little bit of a wrap-up. So here we go. So this is called Yeah, It Can Do That. And here are 4 screens from 4 different types of games in my Clutter games. The Clutter Gaps has in the lower right has a pop-up help. You can't really see the background, but it also looks similar. It has that top bar that looks very similar, as you can see in all 3 games. And you can see that Clutter has those 3 circles that the others don't have, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that all comes from this one thing, which is this huge monolithic prefab. And it serves, along with the fact that every one of my games, a Clutter game is actually a mini game, and Clutter pieces have mini pieces, and even Clutter config file is really a mini config. They all have this nesting, this base class that work well with the objects that are in this prefab to keep the details away from game-specific code. So Clutter sliders, box quotes, Clutter, they don't need to know how next puzzle works, how previous puzzle works, how next picture works, how restart, how pause, how help, all of that. How to go to the menu. They don't need to know any of that. You just write the game in its little space, and the magic mini game in this prefab, which is called the mini game canvas, does the rest. And that's truly my framework, that if anybody wanted to write a game that fit into my system, that's the first thing they have to really understand. But all they'd have to worry about is their little game and then trust that everything else sort of magically works, which is what it does. Okay. If you shrink it, they will work. This is just something I wanted to share. My interface, which we're going to go back to, if you look closely, it's all this orange, these orange little, the X, the up arrow, the volume control, etc. But they all came. I made those all. I'm very proud of this. This is probably my best interface ever. And I learned it from a trick. I used a trick that one of my artists taught me, which is kind of obvious, but to a programmer it really isn't, which is do things big and then shrink it at the end, and it hides, a lot. So basically I use this big orange ball. Even though the gray things are a little rough around the edges, you're really just using the silhouette of them. And then you grab it, and then you pop a little. You expand the size. I'm losing the word, but you know what I mean. The outline. You expand the outline and grab a little black, and then you've got your stuff. And then you shrink it down to the level you want, and it looks great in the game. And I wouldn't have done this, 5 years ago. But now it's really easy, and it's Unity makes it even better because my old system really didn't stretch things well in the game. Well, Unity will let you have anything, any size. So sometimes these things appear different sizes depending on where they're used, and it looks fine under Unity. Okay. Canvas size. This is another little trick I learned. It's really nice. Here. So we'll say the whole name here. There we go. So canvas size scripts, batches, and presets. I use Paint Shop Pro because it's the first thing I learned, and like I said, I don't like to learn new things when I already know something that does work well enough. So I don't do Adobe Photoshop because, again, Paint Shop Pro is what I started with. I have batches that will take, 300 pictures, and the pictures could be huge. And the first thing they'll do is they'll shrink it to that picture on the left of the boy playing the piano, where the horizontal is the correct size, but the vertical might be a little bit too big. And then it sends it to another thing called canvas size, which for years I didn't know what it did. And this is a great thing, I used to shrink it that one way, and then I'd open up a blank template that had my correct size of what I wanted, and then I would put it in and I would adjust it. It just sucked. Now it really is just a 2-second thing when I go in and grab a new picture, and I can run a whole batch on a bunch of pictures and get these. Also, around the edges, you have the square, circles, and octagons, and they can also cut from any picture at all. Boom, you get those. And once I did that, that's a good example of, I did that, what else can I do? I created a variation of that basically gives me the ring guy, and then the guy that sits in the center, but he's bigger, so he's not quite the same as, the circles that are outside. That little boy up there, for instance, and when you play the game, they go into each other, and the guy shrinks half, so you see how he fits into the hole. And I did this because I have a record theme for the Clutter 13, and I thought of this, and I said, hey, that's, great. But again, this is something I do I literally, hit a button. I go into my Paint Shop Pro, I set up a directory that has a bunch of pictures in it, and then I just run a batch, and I tell it a couple things, but it basically just runs. And the batch is filled with 3 different scripts, and it's magic. It's really nice. Okay, flat file fun. So quickly, if you look at the green area there, that's the way my files used to look for years and years and years over at iWin and even here. And when I started to get serious about how do I look at an entire quest at once, I got the idea, which is so obvious, but it took me forever to get it, is let's add a semicolon and let's put multiple parameters on one line. So that green area becomes more, if you look at the blue, where I have a puzzle and I have a bunch of parameters that all, go out from that. And it handles multi-line. still. And if you look closely over on the right, in the bluish, you'll see there's a level of indirection there where this O1 is pointing to letter stack, and letter stack is a bunch of other parameters. And it's really nice because it overrides. It looks in one place, and then if it can't find it, it goes to the override, which is what the O stands for O1. And it's very powerful. So once I did that, if you look at the red area, it's a very nice, that's actually 64 puzzles because it's 8 columns and 8 rows. And in the rows, it's the object sets mostly that are being mucked with. And in the columns, it's specific other parameters that define the game that goes with the different object sets. And therefore, really, these 16 lines create, 64 puzzles. And it's great. And that's all I can say. Okay, we're just moving on. It's what's nice about this is the biggest thing is instead of scrolling screen to screen, trying to understand what a land is or what I can look at it all at once and again understand it better. And all that helps. Indirection, flat files, everything. And again, this is something I didn't want JSON code sort of getting in the middle of this or having to me read in what JSON already reads in and then do something else with it. So, okay, moving on. All at once, yet one at a time. So to review the game and to have other people to review the game easily, I actually wanted a way to dump out the entire game. And that's easy to do in Unity. There's a thing called a screenshot, and basically I had an exerciser already that I could step through with the spacebar, and I just basically I wanted this 2 or 3 different ways, so I actually have a couple different things I run, and then I name everything well. This is a good example of naming things well, where you then dovetail them together by putting them in the same directory. And what's nice is, again, I can review this in the game one at a time, but I can also I can either just zip up the directory to somebody and they can actually read the entire game and do proofreading for me. And they can get the story and everything the way it's presented in the game. So give feedback without playing the game, which is very nice. And this really, this was like a day's worth of work, if that. Once I got the idea and really thought it through. So, okay. Good enough for you is even better for me. So often I do things for myself and I put a cheat code in, but then I say, you know what? I really want the user to be able to do this. So for instance, in my game, you can go to the help book and you can actually pull up a storybook within the help book and the player can read the entire story. Back and forth, jump to the end, it doesn't matter. But they can read all the story text by itself. They can also read all the pop-up help text by itself. It's very, it's nice. And some people like the fact that I did that. Even this has keyboard cheats, like the space bar, that I use that they're not allowed to use. Even though they use everything else. And again, it's just doing anything I can to make my review easier. So in fact, while I'm reviewing the story this way, I can smartly reload my pop-up text file. I can edit my pop-up text, and without even getting in and out of the game, I can hit P and then the space bar, and this will actually just refresh with my new text in it, which is great. And I wrote that first because at one point, Gamehouse did all the translations for me. And then I tried to provide them tools to review that. And then my tools really weren't good enough, so I finally did this. And I end up doing it anyways, but it was the need for reviewing 5 languages that got me off my butt to actually put this in the game and do it that way. But again, this is another thing that took maybe a day total for everything I wanted to do. Okay, moving on. This is one of the last things. So I wanted options that I expose, and one of the nice things in Unity that worked really well is, this is another good example. Basically, just by naming something, I give it a name that's unique. I attach my own button handler to it, and I tell it it's a toggle. And that toggle actually has a default, so on or off. And from that point on, any place in my code anywhere can go say, get the state of the story toggle, and they can tell whether it's on or off. And they can flip it. They can do whatever. So, and actually flipping it is all this, and this sort of happens automatically. And even though I WYSIWYG this and put these toggles here, and but the name exposure, everything is done automatically. That name checks the pop-up text file to see whether you're in another language, whatever. It all just magically works, which is really, really, really nice. So it just takes me 2 seconds to put a new toggle into the game and start using it. It's just that easy. Okay. I wanted to end with what I really do to get games out as quickly as I do. So I create new Clutter project from the old Clutter code base as soon as the old game is locked down enough. I code my new ideas first, get those right out of the way. I refactor early on in the next game. Anything I think I want to do big enough that's been bothering me, I want to do early so I have plenty of time to test it and run into it. So if I refactor later in the game, I might touch something that I don't realize and not get to test it, and it's a bug that goes out. So I like to refactor early before, so that I can up my odds of finding it if I did anything wrong. Okay, I then get to feature complete. I then get to code complete. I finish the main quest and story, which is just, variables at this point, and, picking and choosing and writing the story. Then I lock down the remaining areas, and then I play test and run my automated test. I do spell grammar check at the end. If you do it earlier than the end, what happens is you're going to have to do it again anyways, because if you make even a minor change, boy, you got to go, make sure you didn't blow it, right? So I do that at the very, very end. I still fix things along the way when I see them, but I don't do the formal check until the very, very end. Saves me time. And then I release the prepaid beta, which my customers understand that they run the risk of losing their progress in the game, but I automate that so that I can do multiple versions out, and if it's not a major version, it won't reset them all. If it's a major version, it resets them, everything's clean, and that's all automatic. Otherwise, it just lets them keep going. And then I ship to distributors while doing more testing, automated and playing, because it takes the distributors at least a month or so to get the game out. So I get my final stuff while the beta people are playing, and even though the distributors have it, they might get another version. And they're real good, because I've been good at giving them, a final version and saying, oh, these 3 things changed, it's no big deal, and they're still fine with it QA-wise, and my track record's really good. Okay, and now the finally step, ingredient, habit, etc. is this. And what is this? Okay, this is lather, rinse, and repeat. Yep, just keep doing it over and over and over again. Next game ready, etc. And I love this picture, and I found it, and I look for a lot of pictures, and I love synchronicities when I show it, because there is a second part to this lather, rinse, repeat, which is make sure that all your ducks are in a row. Just keep constantly thinking, did I forget anything? What do I need to do? Anyways, that is it. I am the Joe of Puzzles by Joe. This has been Clutter's Greatest Hits. The B-sides coming out soon. And there's my address and so forth. And I can make this whole presentation available to anybody who wants it. And that's it. Andrew, what would you like from me?
Excellent stuff. And I'm afraid to ask what you searched to find the dog and the duck picture.
Lather, rinse, repeat. And then shower. And then I didn't like shower pictures of humans, so I said, bath pets or something. And that's how I found that.
Nice. Right.
I wanted a guy or a girl, but when I looked at them, there was just nothing that was, I'm too damn woke to put a shower of a hunky guy or a cute girl. Just didn't work.
And everybody knows that a good picture of a dog will sell.
This is true.
Now, we don't have time for many questions. First one from Morris Taylor. Can Unity terminate your ability to make games in Unity?
Can what?
Can Unity terminate your games to make your ability to make games in Unity? They're applying it to how Google and Apple can kick you off their stores. But I don't think Unity has any sort of...
I don't think so. I mean, I guess if you use porn, I don't even mention Unity in my games anymore, right? If you're using it for free, maybe if you put a free app that was total porn that says you made by Unity, they'd have problems and come after you. But I don't even show the Unity because I have to pay them. I pay $12.50, right? $1,250 a month, something like that. 1,500, yeah, 125 a month, something like that, right?
Right.
I forget what it is.
Excellent.
It's like $12.50 a year or $1,500 a year to use Unity.
All right. Next question. What other, you talked about only using the Unity functions that you're comfortable with. What Unity functionality that you're not using are you considering adding?
Well, I actually didn't say that, but I'm surprised. But you're right. I'm a Unity expert in flat 2D. You know, I locked the camera down. I use Unity. I use Lean Tween. That's about it. And I use TextMesh Pro. And everything else is just shoving pixels around and really just C# for most of it.
All right. Last question. Can you say flat file fun 3 times fast?
Probably not.
All right. All right, everybody. That was Puzzles by Joe. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our next presentation on using a bunch of tools we don't usually think of for level design So hold on and we'll get it here. Thanks
Thanks
Joe.
for having me, Andrew.
All right, here we go. We've got the Dean of Art here, ready to show you what he has been working on. Some beautiful stuff here and using a variety of tools. So I'm really looking forward to this. This is more like our old school put together level with anything you can get your hands on. So Dean, take it away.
Okay, so I think I'm getting some echo because I do not have a microphone, so I apologize for that. Let me see if I can fix that. Dean, take it away. So I think I'm getting some echo Hold on. Let me get some headphones in here somewhere. I'm going to get off video for 1 second and try and get some headphones. Give me a second. Wondering if that's any better. Andrew, can you hear me? Okay, good. All right. So no, it's not. Okay. So what I wanted to do was just show you guys what I'm working on. So in here, this image is a board game that has a digital component. And what's supposed to happen is while you're playing the board game, you should be able to go and look at what you're seeing while you're playing. So in here, if you see this card right here, it has a little QR code. So you would actually scan the cards as you're going so that on your mobile phone, you would actually see the video. Now we're going to try and make this AR so you actually see the video on the card. And those cards would look like would end up looking like this, the video. So I'm going to make this full screen and let this play.
I think Dean's pulling up another file. Give us a minute. We'll have him back on.
Okay. So hopefully it's working the way it's supposed to be, because I don't think it is. Okay. So I'm gonna play that video one more time because I think it did not show up. So there we go. I guess QuickTime will not play it. So I'm gonna play that video one more time because I think it did not show up. So there we go. I guess QuickTime will not play it.
Dean, you may have to select another screen to share in order to get it to us.
Excuse me? Yeah, I'm trying to see if. But let me. I don't know why the QuickTime isn't showing. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'm looking at right now is the actual card that was created, and you can think of this as our layer. And let me. Yeah. There we go. Every time I click on my screen, it disappears. Every time I click on my screen. Hey, Andrew, this just isn't working on my end. No, but I'm talking about, should I be able to see what I'm showing? Because as soon as, okay, so if I move this, so if you see this moving, do you see this moving? Okay, okay, so I'll just keep talking. All right. So this is what I consider a level in this game. It's basically a chapter card that breaks up the rounds of play. So in here, you would have this chapter card, and you would actually scan the QR code to see the video. And how this is built, it's actually, since I am building this by myself, I'm actually using a lot of 3D assets. And where I'm getting the 3D assets for most of this is DAZ 3D. So I'll just search on DAZ 3D. I'll have an idea of what I want to do, and I'll search on DAZ 3D for the components. So this this scene that I'm going to show you is actually a later scene in the project that basically is where the characters meet at the end, and starts it off for gameplay. So we'll look at the attic that I chose. And you see it's a pretty great model.
Not seeing the attic.
And then there are different pieces and parts that I need for for inside the room. One of them is there's going to be a game board in the room that has some monk characters on the game board. So I actually went and got a monk's uniform, and they had to meet at a temple. So I purchased the Temple of Arclops. And I brought that into DAZ. So you could, if you've never used DAZ, it's a free program, but the models aren't free. So when you purchase it, there'll be an installer that will download with it. So you go ahead and download the model, and when you download the model, it'll be as easy as typing in the model, and the model will show up. So I don't use DAZ to actually move anything around. I just use DAZ as a source to get the models. So once you get the model into DAZ, I go and select everything that I have, and I'll save this out as an FBX so that this could go into another 3D program. The 3D program that I use is Cinema 4D. So from there, we'll just open Cinema. So from there, this is the 3D model. This is also the 3D assets that I've placed in the model. So here is the monk, a couple of different monks. Here is the temple asset, the Klops temple. This is another asset, which is a pyramid and an angel on top. And if I zoom out of there, you can see that a little bit better. We left the room. So this is the attic. This gets a little bit difficult to navigate. It'll take you a little while to get used to this. Sometimes I just view this in a 4-panel setup. I can see it a little bit better. To be totally honest, it just takes a second to get used to navigating in these scenes. So I'm not animating in the scene. I'm actually going to make a 360 image out of this. So what I need to do is bring in a 360 camera. So the side here on the right, you'll see I can click on this camera icon, and I'm going to bring in a camera. And under stereoscopic, I'm sorry. This actually didn't show up. Oh. Let me close that camera. For some reason, it didn't show up. So under that camera, here's a previous camera. You'll notice that there's a spherical tag. So if your spherical tag doesn't show up, delete the camera and do it again. But in the spherical tab, you'll see that it says enable. And if you enable that, the camera changes to a 360 camera. So if I move this around, even though you can view it somewhat as a normal camera, what's actually happening is the lens on the camera changes. So if I hit Command R, you'll notice that the image actually becomes panoramic and 360. So this is really good to use in any program that you can put a 360 map or 360 image inside of it. I know a couple of people who've done some 3D games that have just started with some 360 background images. So this gives a total wraparound that I can use. And this way I don't have to keep rendering the project over and over again. So we'll just let this go. Now I use Cinema 4D, so you can do this in DAZ. You can actually render out in DAZ a 360 image. But for me, I use Cinema, one, because I'm just comfortable with it. Two, because the rendering is a lot faster for what I need. I will say DAZ can get some very realistic 3D outputs. Cinema has a lot of work that you have to put into it, into the cameras, into the lighting. While in DAZ, it's already equipped with the lights. When you buy the model, it's already equipped to look very realistic. So here's the model, and then from here, all I have to do is render and save this model out. I'll check it in Photoshop. So here's the actual 360 image spread apart. And usually I'll stop here and go, okay, so what do I need to put in this image? Do I need to put some books in? Do I need to put some silverware on the table? What other extras do I need to go to make this scene more realistic? And I'll go back and forth from Photoshop and Cinema, trying to get a better idea of what the scene could possibly look like. From there, I'll pull that image into After Effects. So here you'll see that there's about 10 images that I rendered out, different angles. Of the room. So these are all unwrapped. If I take one of these angles, pick one, I'll drag it into this Create New Composition window, and I'll tell it to basically be a 360 camera in there. So you'll see I have the VR Comp Editor, and I'm just going to say Add 3D Edit. It's going to want to pick one of the compositions I have, so I'm choosing Arcade Showdown 1020. Just go Add 3D Edit. I have to change some things on the camera, and the first one is I have to change the camera zoom. The default is 540. I usually use 1000. If I type the letter C, I can actually navigate around the room. So here, for instance, if I wanted to go from, let's say, the file folder cabinet, I can set a keyframe on my rotation. I'll just set a keyframe there. And let's say over in 6 seconds, this will move towards Arcade. And that's a simple movement. Now, a movement like that, if I was doing this in doing this in 3D, the render time would be intense. To render a frame like this is maybe 5 minutes at the most, and then moving around in After Effects is pretty fast. Other things that I can do in After Effects is add text. If I wanted, let's say, something to be in the same perspective of the game. Let's say there's a name on the arcade. I can actually turn this into a 3D object. So there's a lot of tricks I use. So this trick is basically holding down Shift and parenting this to the camera so that I can just move this exactly where the camera is, line this up. So I'm going to go ahead and center game, and then just change the rotation angle. I'm also going to take the character and tighten up the kerning. Go ahead and unparent that. So this way I can add things after the fact and save a lot of time doing things like this. I can also add some lighting effects, like say the room needs to be darker than the game. I'll say I'm just going to take in here a dark solid. Put a mask. Over there, monitor of the arcade. Let it turn that back on. Invert that mask. Put a feather on it. Light that up a little bit more. I'll set a keyframe for that mask. Go to where that mask comes in. Should almost be like a flashlight in the scene. So the process after that is basically all these scenes that I build. This would be considered a scene for me. I would go and make other scenes. So and then edit those together. So let's say this is one possible scene, and I can go in here and go, all right, well, let's look at another side of the room. So I bring that back into the create composition icon. Go in and add 3D edit. Make sure I'm selecting the correct composition. So this is 2011. I have to select 2011 in here and just repeat the process. So the zoom should be 1,000. And type the letter C. So my camera selected. And this time I'm looking downward. And again, possibly, let's see if there's anything interesting in the room. Okay, maybe go towards this book. So set a keyframe for the zoom, and then I'll zoom in, go 2,000. Change the rotation a little bit. Sure, all my keyframes are keyframed. So it goes from the arcade game to the actual book. And then I'll start taking these scenes so this is 1, 2, drop them into their own compositions, sequence these layers. I'm not going to do an overlap. And it's as simple as that. To start building my level or building my scene as to what I want this to do. So I think with that, my time is up. I am sorry this was so bumpy.
Hey, Dean, all right. We'll edit in some of the images later. I think we work on multiple screen setups, so I was trying to grab the wrong screens. So we'll fix that later on. Give us very briefly an overview of the game itself. Hello, Dean?
Yeah, hold on, Mike. Like I said, I am hearing so much feedback. It's hard to.
All right, Dean. We'll go ahead and call this one now. We'll bring you back and get you answering some questions the next time around.
Okay. All right. That sounds
Dean.
good. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
All right, everyone, we're back. Small Amy was a breakout hit, and very interested because Kevin's not just talking about this game, but talking about teaching through level design. So fascinated to see this one. Strap in and take it away, Kevin.
Yeah, hey, I'm Kevin. I am professionally a previs animator and developer for TV shows. And as a hobby, I put an unnecessary amount of time and effort into making fan games about anime girls for some reason. This is one of them. It was, decently successful last year. It's free. You can go play it on itch.io. But the main thing I want to talk about today is I hate tutorials. I hate when games tell me what to do. Both as a player, I feel like it wastes my time, but as a developer, I feel like it's an ineffective way to teach the player something. If the player figures something out themselves, they're more likely to have it, stick in their head. So, one of the best ways to do that, and I've tried to learn from the greats. I've tried to learn from Super Mario Brothers, from Donkey Kong Country games, from Celeste, is to teach the player how to play just through a few principles of level design. Now you can see here on the title screen, I do have a tutorial telling you which button ground pounds. And I only added this after a lot of feedback saying that they couldn't figure out which button ground pounds on the title screen. So this is the only bit of tutorial in the entire game. And but having the tutorial, instead of press start to play, it's telling you, the tutorial starts on the title screen. So you press ground pound and you immediately jump into the gameplay. Now here, before we've even entered the first level, again, we're already jumping into the first two principles of teaching through level design. The first is simplify the controls as much as possible. This isn't even directly related to the level design, but this is a very important thing. Limit the player's options. If they have 18 buttons they can press, then they have to, fiddle around with 18 buttons to see which button gets them to the next part. If they only have 4 buttons to press, as in my game, which only has left, right, jump, and ground pound, only 4 buttons in the game, aside from pause. But, if that leads into the second principle, which is stick the player in a position where they can't progress without figuring something out. So right here, before we've even entered the first level, we've already stuck the player in a position where they need to figure out how to get into the first level, and they need to figure out the core mechanics of the game. So, after ground pounding, they might figure out, oh, hey, that's next to the left and right buttons. Well, I can go left and right, but if I go left here, and if I go right here, I can't get past this little purple thing. And if I go left here, well, there's a pit. Obviously, I don't want to fall down the pit. So they need to figure out that they can jump. And once they, jump on this button, they see, oh, hey, it's kind of squishy. What if I do that thing that I just learned on the title screen and pound it? And they go into the first level. So, yeah, so like I said, even before we've entered the first level, I've taught the player the core mechanics of the game. And now, I'm going to do a little walkthrough of the first level, showing how I elaborate on that. Of course, this first, at the beginning, we have to teach the player how to jump over obstacles. So there's a little stack of books. And over here, we find kind of the third principle, which is to guide the player with goodies. Naturally, in any platformer, you're going to need some coins. I don't care what platformer it is, they're always coins. Right here, they're mustaches, but they're always coins. Sonic collects rings, Donkey Kong collects bananas. They're all coins. But yeah, so a common tactic is to use those coins not only to pull the player in a certain direction, but also just communicate something explicitly. Like right here, there's a big old down arrow. I wonder what that down arrow means. I jump up onto this book stack, which, again, going back to the second principle, the player cannot get on top of this book stack until they figure out that holding the jump button jumps higher. But once they get on this book stack, they might see this there's a very special looking coin up there, but I can't jump high enough. Oh, but that big down arrow seemed to be saying something. Oh, hey, if I ground pound on certain platforms, I can go higher. So these are the core mechanics of the game that I've communicated in the first, through the title screen, through the level select screen, through the first moments of the first level. The player knows pretty much all they need to know to play the game at this point. And, once they know that, I give them a little challenge to complete. They need to not master, but at least understand the ground pound bounce to get past this part. And once we get to the top, we have my fourth principle of teaching through level design, which is deliver memorable moments. And that can be something cool, something exciting, something funny. just something that the player is going to do and go like, oh wow, I'm you know, and then when they get to another level, they'll like remember, hey, I remember that moment. That's kind of like this thing that applies right now. So right here, the thing is, if you bounce on this book, it sends you in this really cool, like it launches you really far. It's a cool little moment the first time you're playing. And yeah, so and that is an element of the game that I use in many levels to kind of have an angled surface that the player bounces on to launch them in a certain direction. So, you know, going through the rest of this level, it's a short level, it's the first level, but they find some opportunities to put that to use. So like right here, you know, you might be able to get up on that platform by like tilting the plant a little bit and until it is angled just right, but you can also just bounce at an angle to get up here and get these goodies. And similarly, we have like our little final test on these little airplanes. They're supposed to be little model airplanes hanging from the ceiling. If we get this at an angle and then bounce, we can get another little goodie up there. And here we are at the final level, the end of the level. Why does it say mom? It's an inside joke. Yeah. So that's the first level. That teaches. So you know, there are naturally multiple things you want to teach players when they're playing the game. The core mechanics, of course, are the most important things to teach. But there's also mechanics in any individual level. You know, in a platformer, in a good platformer, you'll usually have like specific gimmicks. And gimmicks sounds like a bad word, but I mean that's really what they are. You'll have like a gimmick that ties, you know, that shows up in a level to make that level interesting, to make that level stand out from other levels. Let's see. Give me just a second. I'm gonna see a question for me. Do I think all game genres can be tutorial-less? No, absolutely not. I think it really depends on the genre. I think if you're making like a real-time strategy game, you absolutely need you're not going to figure that out on your own. If you're making, you know, strategy games, like a fighting game, you're not going to figure out how to do quarter circles and combos. Though I think it's also notable that, you know, you look at something like Minecraft. That game doesn't really have a tutorial. It may now. I haven't played in a while. But it is a pretty obtuse game. But it gets by with without a tutorial by having a community who works together to teach each other. So it's not really teaching through level design, so it's not really the same kind of premise as what, you know, I'm talking about here. But it is an interesting study in a game that didn't need level design, that didn't need a tutorial, but still was massively successful. Anyway, so this is, I think, one of my favorite levels I've made. It has interesting gimmicks, and I think uses them in fun ways. So this level, you know, when I'm conceptualizing a level, I sort of come up with a theme first, and this level's theme was based on an artist. So she likes to draw, and she also has a cute, bouncy mascot. So, yes, wow. And so I, you know, thought about what elements could tie into that character. And I introduced those elements here at the beginning of the level. The first element, we can see, it doesn't look like we can go anywhere, but we use principle 3 of guiding the player with a little coin. That's kind of suspicious. Well, let's walk over this way. And so here is the main mechanic of this level. We have these little platforms that draw in sometimes. And here we kind of learn the platforms don't actually appear until they draw in. So they're not invisible, they actually don't exist until they are visible. And right here, we get our second mechanic, which is these bouncy guys. They're called tacos, with a K, T-A-K-O, which is squid in Japanese. And they're friendly. They're just bouncy. And this is... we also should talk about affordances, which is when the player sees something, what are they going to assume it does? So when they see these little tacos, are they going to assume they're enemies? Are they going to assume they're bad? Are they going to, are they even going to assume you can bounce on them or interact with them at all? And so, at the beginning of this level, I try to communicate, yeah, they're friendly. You can bounce on them. But, they look friendly. They look very cute and friendly. But also this little guy kind of draws in early in a sort of memorable moment to kind of welcome you to the level. He kind of says, hey, welcome to the level. Just kind of draws in. So this is the second level, bouncing on these tacos. The second mechanic of this level. So we find out here using, we'll put the fourth principle, memorable moments. If the player tries to bounce over here just casually, they fall. But this little line draws in and catches them, which I think is a pretty memorable moment. Oh no, I think I'm going to die. But it caught me, and I was saved. So, principle 2, the player is stuck in a position where they can't progress without figuring something out. They have to figure out that they can ground pound on these guys to jump further and higher. And principle 3, guide the player with collectibles. So, again, we've taught the player that, if they collect those pink things, sometimes those make platforms appear. And here is kind of the third way of interacting with these tacos that I needed to teach the player. And I'm not super happy with how I did this. I think I'm going to change how this works, or how I teach the player through level design in this aspect. But basically, you can tell you're not bouncing high enough normally to get those coins. But if you use the ground pound to bounce higher, you would hit the spikes. So right here, you need to figure out that if you hold the jump button, you can bounce higher and also have more control, which is really important later in the level. And we find, that guy is a little bit different. He's orange. Oh, hello, cat. There's my cat. So, sometimes bouncing on orange guys activates stuff. Sometimes there are different tacos. And here we have, going back to principle 2. There's a collectible down there. How do I get that collectible? Well, remember earlier in the level, when I fell and I thought I was going to die, a little line appeared and saved me. So maybe I just have to take a leap of faith. And so if you jump down here, a little line appears. And it's not just a little line, it's a little smiley face. So here's, I wanted to make a cute, memorable moment. Like I said, the memorable moments don't have to be necessarily cool and exciting. They can be a little joke. And I felt like this was a cute little joke that just kind of the smiley face shows up and says, hey, I saved you. But that's kind of, that's the second instance in this level of a kind of leap of faith, having the line save you. And here, the player is, again, principle 2, stuck, can't progress. How do I get over this guy? he's too long, way too long. Well, let's go back to the left. Well, this guy is a different color, much like the orange one earlier on, but he's not doing anything. So how else can I interact with this? I only have so many options. I can bounce higher, I can bounce normally, or I can ground pound. So we find out, okay, ground pounding light tacos sometimes make stuff happen. And then, we got a little... I've turned off the sound for, so it's easier to hear me talk. But if you play the game, you'll get some very silly sounds from these guys. And so this part, I mentioned earlier that holding the jump button gives you more control. And that is very important for these sections. And then also, I taught the player earlier on that, oh, hey, those pink things sometimes create platforms. So, maybe I need to go for this pink thing, another leap of faith. And then, at the same time, not necessarily teaching the player anything, but giving them challenges to, like giving the player extra challenges with collectibles is a good way to keep, keep the level interesting for more skilled players, but also make it still fun for less skilled players. And then we find, another white takodachi that we need to ground pound to activate it. And here is kind of the payoff of the leaps of faith that we bounce up here and we see, oh, hey, there's a Bubba coin over there. I really want that. How do I get to that? And you might go over here and say, I can't get down there. I mean, I can't find, how do I get to that? And you might eventually just say, okay, a leap of faith. Let's go. And voila. And then in the final section of the level, we have kind of more memorable moments, not so much to teach the player, but just kind of like a nice payoff to the level of having these, giant tacos swinging platforms back and forth. And then one last taco, he's just kind of chilling. He's just kind of doing his own thing. And that's the level. And I think, if this were like a full game I were releasing for people to buy, not just like a free fan game I was putting up on the internet, I think this level would be longer, and I would, iterate on those mechanics more. But, free fan game I do in my spare time. I guess I have 6 more minutes, probably not enough to show off a whole level, but I can start just showing. This was in the last update I added. I really feel like I figured out the level design stuff as I was going. My first few levels, I feel like I could have done a whole lot better, but as I was going, I think I definitely got better at designing levels, making them interesting, and teaching the player how to play. Right here, I kind of teach the player how to judge jumps at the very beginning. That, oh, hey, 4 spikes is definitely too high. 3 spikes is pretty high, but can be cleared with a tall jump. But I definitely need a ground pound for 4 spikes. And then, I put this collectible over here that the player's going to jump for, but they're going to hit this thing and immediately find out that reverses gravity. So that's the central mechanic for this level, is reversing gravity. And so now they know whenever they see that, hey, I really need to get that to progress in the level. Like, this is a good thing. So yeah, if there are any questions, I'll like answer them as I'm playing this level. I think I heard a
Hey,
microphone.
Kevin. Yeah, I've got a few questions for you. Sorry, I had my mic disconnected while you talked, so I'm getting background noise. A few questions for you. Do you you talked about how you kind of figure this out on the fly as you went along. Now, do you actually chart out the game progression, what you want them to know, and how you teach it to them through the level?
Sort of. It's more like I think about individual moments that, like, you know, what is the best way to teach that inverting gravity mechanic? And so I think about what is a specific scenario where the player will be forced to touch that inverted, that icon that inverts the gravity. So, like, I don't necessarily plot out every single thing before I make the level, because a lot of it is kind of, I don't want to say trial and error, but I guess that is kind of what it is. Like, I'm going to put these platforms here, I'm going to put these spikes here, let's see, is this a good, is this a fun, like, is this a fun challenge? Is it annoying? Is it too hard? Is it too easy? Does it actually teach what I want the player to learn? Because sometimes I do things that I think, hey, this clearly teaches what the player should learn. Like earlier with the bouncing on the tacos, I wanted to teach that you need to hold the jump button to bounce higher. But when I watched people play, they didn't quite figure that out. So I've like adjusted that part a few times, and I'm still not, like I said, I'm still not totally happy with that part. But yeah, I mean, it's less about thinking about the level as a whole and more about thinking about, like, here's a block that'll teach them this. Here's a block that'll like iterate on this. Here's a block that'll teach them the other mechanic, and then sort of mentally kind of shifting them around and, mentally shifting around, but also physically shifting them around. I often, in the level, have them configured as, like, here's this challenge, and it is one block inside of an empty, and I just move that empty around, and, like, so maybe I have a later part of the level that I think should come earlier, so I'll just scoot that empty earlier, and then scoot other empties forward. Yeah, if that answered.
Yeah, good way to look at how you put it all together. One last question before we run out of time. It's a two-part question. Do players complain about not having a tutorial? And do you think you've lost players from not having a tutorial?
I have had people complain. And perhaps I've lost players. I think any game is going to make decisions that some players don't like. And I think a good designer will listen to that feedback and will not necessarily do what the players tell them to do, but listen to where the players are coming from. So, like, I heard players say, hey, I found this frustrating, you should tell me how to do it. And my response wasn't, no, I'm going to leave it the way it is, but my response also wasn't, no, yes, I'm going to add text explicitly telling you how to play, but in the middle, I looked at the part that they were getting frustrated with and kind of rethought how I could teach them that mechanic. And I feel like I've done a fairly good job on it, because I've watched a couple of people who have never played platformers before. This was their first platformer, and this is a pretty tough platformer. Like, Not Celeste hard, but fairly tough. And they were able to understand how to play and progress through most of the game. And so I feel like that was pretty successful if someone who's never played this kind of game before.
All right, great insights. Thank you, Kevin. We're going to go ahead and move.
Players are really great at telling you when something isn't right. Players usually aren't great at telling you how to fix it. That is great.
Yeah, the secret of playtesting and bug reports is hearing what the players want, not what they're telling you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move you on into the Journal Voice. Bring your questions to Kevin there if you're a GGDA member. I'm going to bring Chris DeLeon in here to talk about Boom Blox. All right. We'll see you back here in a minute. All right. It is great to have Chris back with us. We lost him here in Georgia, so we're bringing him back virtually. We'll pretend he lives here again, but we'll let him go ahead and take it away. Let's take a look at the Boom Blox level design process. Take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Andrew. Hello, everybody. I'm Chris DeLeon. These days, I'm with HomeTeamGameDev.com. 14 some years ago, I worked on Boom Blox, which I'm sharing some level design process from today. This won't be ultra specific to Boom Blox, as I'll clarify, right? I'm assuming you're working on other games and focusing on principles here as best I can, but obviously basing it in this particular game's context. Now, speaking of which, this is totally unauthorized, like our old strategy guides growing up. This was 2008. It's for the Wii, which of course is a long-gone console. The whole team's disbanded. It's honestly not even clear who I would ask for permission. Everybody is somewhere else now doing something else. That said, nothing here is secret, right? There's no proprietary stuff. There's no behind-the-scenes photographs or work-in-progress stuff. It's all stuff you'd see from the end of the game. It also includes things I've been using in my design process before as well as after my involvement on this project at this company. A few other disclaimers. There is a controversial figure who was involved with the Boom Blox team. Robin Hunicke, if you're familiar with the People Make Games recent videos, she and I did not overlap in time. She joined the team the same day that I left, which is to say I'm not avoiding the topic. I just honestly, it was not part of my experience with the team. I can't speak to it. Just want to acknowledge that up front. Also, won't be speaking or taking questions about Spielberg's involvement or other people. This is not a history of the team or retro postmortem. It's fundamentally just about design process. Again, my goal being to give you some takeaways you can make applicable to your projects. Not assuming that you're just particularly interested in this casual game maybe you played growing up. And I think that these levels I'm showcasing or screenshotting are, for the most part, ones I worked on. It's a little tricky because I worked on over 100, and again, this was a long time ago. We had a number of other designers on the team. There's a whole design department, multiple other designers doing other levels. We were part of a team. I was not the creative director, the lead designer, none of those things. I was a technical game designer on the team, cranking out levels, along with some others in parallel. And this was a particularly unusual project at EA. Part of what excited me about it so much was that we couldn't compare to other game genre stuff that we were in because there wasn't stuff like what we were building yet. When I was on the Medal of Honor team, we could look at other World War II games, including the dozen other previous Medal of Honor games, to get ideas for what players liked and didn't, and what the conventions and expectations were. This was a 2008 game on Wii with casual motion controls, pre-Angry Birds, pre-Casual Crashes we'll talk about, which are kind of things that established that genre later. So we had a lot of thrashing and exploration that was a lot of fun. In a lot of ways, that's actually make the scale closer to what might be applicable for your indie scale projects than your AAA ones, including the fact that we had really, there's a lot of people involved in every single layer of the process, but in this kind of project, one designer could have whole levels, kind of mostly to our name of, I did that layout, someone else made in some other additional details, decorations, and so on, in a way that at the bigger FPS games and so on was not usually a one-person, one-level kind of experience to work on it. Oh, interesting. Part of the slides are not showing. So anyway, I'll figure out why that was. But Boom Blox was a super enjoyable game for EA, and again, this company, we've been putting out Lord of the Rings games, Command & Conquer games, GoldenEye Rogue Agent. I was not affiliated with that one. A bunch of other kind of this is action, war, sword, gun games, and so it was a really neat experience to work on something that was kind of a little more youth-oriented, a little more broad demographic, cute animals. This thing was just adorable. I'm having some challenges here of slide parts not sharing. Let me just see if I can full screen. You know what? We're just going to do it this way. All right, so there's some screenshots of other past games that we had worked on. And again, this thing was just adorable. Pretty blocks, cute, fun animals, lots of great sounds. Apologies for switching, but, images weren't working here. And this is a design process talk. It won't be super Boom Blox specific. First, real quick, in case you're missing context for what is Boom Blox, if you're familiar with Angry Birds or Casual Crashers, those games came along a year or two later and did in 2D an exceptional and well-known version of what really Boom Blox was kind of helping to try to innovate in 3D, which is to say it's got these precarious physics arrangements of blocks of different sizes, dimensions, and shapes, and the player's objective then is to defeat the animals or to score certain blocks and get certain points, knock down walls, except we did it in 3D. This was also a time of a lot of exploration into what motion controls made possible to us. Again, the console being new, there's a lot of demand for... We had a cursor on the screen, so we had light gun missions like you see in the bottom right, but a lot of it also was kind of Jenga style, using the grabber hand to yank a block out without disrupting the rest of the tower, or trying to get chain reactions of towers to collide and knock each other down to get the gems all down below a certain altitude. And you'll also see we had some missions I'll show examples of where you're helping a creature by clearing a path through them across a precarious bridge, defending or attacking other little animals in the universe. There are also special blocks in there. So in addition to the physical kinds, the goal blocks and the vanishing blocks, there's also blocks where, like, so these green ones you see, when they come in contact with each other, create a big explosion. And so a lot of our levels are designed around if you could hit it from the right angle with the right force in the right direction, setting off these chain reactions of one tower would connect with another in just the right place to blow up, flinging something into another tower, and then you could clear the whole environment with one big old fireworks spectacle if you could just find like a kind of hole-in-one where to put that shot. So main ideas we're kind of cover today, and I'll go and drill into each one of these for kind of the middle part of our presentation here. But mechanics design in terms of how important it was for our core fundamental action of the player to help them test their intentions in our universe. System design in terms of having consistent physics for transfer so that they could learn one puzzle and apply it to the other ones. This was a non-obvious one that, anyway, strong, close to my heart. Novelty without confusion. This especially because we're trying to design for a youth and a casual audience. A lot of people, Wii was their first console. They're people who didn't really think of themselves as gamers who played a lot of games, but they had a Wii because of Wii Bowling, Wii Sports, and so on. Trying to reduce friction in that progression while still showing them lots of novelty was a neat challenge. Level designing for the groups. The levels happen in sets of small puzzles. And again, this is actually, I think, the same formula you can also apply in a lot of casual games, web games, indie games, smaller puzzle games, even if it's not AAA in scale. In the process, about our fast tools to test more ideas so we could trash a lot, rank, and iterate on stages. So for mechanics design, one of our big choices we had to kind of navigate on the team was, should a throw affect where that ball goes? In terms of if you had the mechanics, the accuracy, the movement of your arm. And one challenge we ran into is a lot of people had this mental model expectation of motion control, where you could suddenly really swing a sword and swing a bat and swing a racket and throw a punch. Shouldn't you be able to throw a ball? And the challenge we ran into was that it's really, really hard to measure that with accelerometers. That's really noisy data. It turns out, there's no gyroscope in those things until you put the adapter that came along later. It's even worse than, say, VR motion controllers. So if your wrist was even slightly turned differently than how somebody else tested or recorded or programmed it, you got a wildly different angle on that throw. And ultimately, this became a big problem. So what we ultimately did was we kind of narrowed it down to measuring the magnitude of your throw. So we kind of distilled it between three different big, broad categories of a high-power throw, meaning you really kind of whipped up that G sensor, a medium normal throw, which still connected with enough force to kind of achieve your objective of applying force from that angle on that block, and then kind of too weak, just as feedback to the player of, well, you didn't really throw, you just kind of let go of it, so it sort of dribbles out ineffectively. But even if we had the accelerometer data, I think it wouldn't have been the right choice in terms of, as I think one of our lead multiplayer level designers, Steve Riesenberger, explained it. His kid would be playing these Wii Sports games and wanted to do like the whirlwind swing and all these kind of big gestures that really just translated to, I want to supply more power, but for directing the shot, we let the player just pinpoint with the cursor and say, exactly there, that's where I want the ball to connect, and then we implement it so it had to. If I'm going to pop back to slide order here so I can kind of load these one by one for this, because there's a sequence of the thought process here for the players interacting with the space, where step one is inspecting the level from different angles to figure out, okay, what's my theory? I think I should hit it from that side. I should hit this block on the edge of it. That's going to cause this spin or cause this tower to collapse in that direction. Step 2 is they're throwing that ball. And either the ball is going to achieve what they hoped that ball would do or it's not. By which I mean it's either going to hit that mark or it won't. And the problem here is that if it didn't even hit where they were aiming, where they meant, because the throw is trying to be realistic in terms of taking the movement of their arm and dictating the guidance of that ball, their theory still wasn't tested. They're still stuck on this step of wasting another throw from their limited number of throws just to try to test the idea, is this even the right place and angle to hit it? And instead, if the ball does hit where they intend, which again we kind of implemented, so basically it's guaranteed, it just calculates the force and angles and arc and thanks to the engineering team for all that calculus, it just lands and nails that spot reliably, well then it's either going to cause the effect that they hoped that hit would do or not. But now they're in a more interesting decision space of either they're now back to step 1 of analyzing the puzzle that's partly demolished of, okay, well, my next hit's going to be from this side, or these are short puzzles, we're talking 10, 20, 30 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 throws max. So if it didn't have the intended effect, it barely moved it didn't cause a collapse, well, they restart the level, but now they have new information to apply to their next theory that, okay, well, that was the wrong place to hit it. Maybe next time I'll try it from over here or over there. And by analogy, if you picture a game, like if you think about what if Link's sword was hard to swing, if Chun-Li had a hard time just doing a normal punch, or if Lara Croft couldn't easily grab a ledge. These fundamental actions are the player's means of interacting with the universe and testing their ideas of I mean to go here, I mean to do that. They can still have a relevant dimension of interactivity on deciding the timing of it or where to do it, but if they can't reliably get a handle on what they intend to happen in the universe, it feels like you're driving with unresponsive steering wheel and pedals, which means you're just it's too loose, you're not in control, and you can't really learn and adapt from it. Even though Wii is long gone and few smartphone games use the sensors like this anymore, I think they're worried we're going to throw our phones or destroy televisions and launch them out the windows. These kind of design questions are absolutely back in VR gameplay, where people were trying to figure out how realistic or unrealistic should be hitting with an axe, shooting, different kind of maneuvers that we do with our hands and arms, and how much that should be auto-corrected or auto-aimed or compensated for. And the thing we ran into here for Boom Blox is basically that athletes spend their whole careers with coaches on how to better throw a punch, on how to better swing a bat, on how to do these very, very basic operations that are the core of those sports to even have a percentage chance of doing what they mean to do. But for a lot of games, certainly for the casual, friendly style, as opposed to your arcade or your more simulation style, the fun of games is often that in half an hour or less, I can feel like a ninja or an NBA player. And so for us, it was still about a layer of mediation to figure out your intention of here's what you mean to do in the universe so we can execute on that. And realistic and demanding controls are going to limit a lot of players from being able to engage with the universe at a deeper level of strategy and decision making of what they intend to do, because they're just struggling with the basic operation of I just wanted Mario to jump onto that platform. I can't make him do it. I give up. It looks like I'm back to the this version of the slides. So for system design, the real goal here was creating levels where the player could analyze it by, again, orbiting the camera around it. And the hope was that if someone's experienced at playing this, so that they have a pretty good mastery of how the blocks behave and how things move and how the throws work, they could see a puzzle they've never played before, recognize those blocks and how they're going to move and how heavy they are, and think, if I throw a ball there, this whole thing is going to be out in one shot, and just nail it. Because they have an accurate mental model internally for how this space is going to behave. Now, one of the challenges here is the engineering team, and I'm not faulting them, I think this was a wise choice on their end, it required discipline on our part, gave us a lot of control to shoot ourselves in the foot. We had the control in our format to redefine for every single individual level the mass, the friction, the elasticity of any kind of block in that stage, which initially some designers were thinking about, hey, maybe we can do this for more visual flourish so that if you hit the puzzle in the right place, everything really goes wild and spins out of control and goes soaring off into space. And the problem with this is twofold. The first one is that it means that it's easier to solve it the way the designer intended for you to, but then it prevents you from being able to interact with it any other way, to solve it a different way. And part of the fun of these kind of environments, especially when it's physics-based puzzles, is the chance to solve it a different way than the designer assumed you would, thought you would, because you have an equally accurate grasp of, I know how heavy these blocks are, not suddenly having some wooden blocks be lighter, heavier, higher friction, more elastic than others. The inconsistency between stages also meant the player might feel frustrated, betrayed, or even worse, maybe kind of stupid, if they had expectations for how things should behave, and then they don't budge, because these blocks are secretly heavier, or those blocks secretly slide more or less than the other ones that they've seen like that, and that sort of can lead to a layer of frustration we could avoid. And again, this took discipline from our design side of coming up with a common standard definition of block properties. For the most part, we could share and import on stages, notwithstanding a few kind of isolated special exceptions. And the designing, so if you needed a heavier block, you made a bigger block. But proportional to its volume, it kept the same mass and other properties as other wood blocks. And though I don't think the team ultimately went this way in the time I was gone, if you needed a heavier block, if this was just some indie project or something, I would say use a different material to represent that's an iron block to communicate to the player that this is not going to behave like the other blocks with this material, texture, and so on. For novelty without confusion, threw a Disney map up here because part of what's wild about and incredible about these theme parks, they have so many rides and attractions and characters and stuff, but they're very nicely grouped into Fantasyland and Toontown and Tomorrowland and Adventureland in a way that literally a child can navigate it and say, I want to go to the castle. I want to go and see Buzz Lightyear or, the Avengers set or whatever. And this is important. This is tough for us because kids crave that novelty. They want new and different things, but we had so many different dimensions of what the goals are, how you interact with the space. We didn't want to overwhelm or lose them on feeling like they're frustrated because they didn't know what to do. And so the solve for this was that fortunately the art team produced a lot of different varieties of art themed setting backgrounds, right? So we have a castle area, we have kind of a Wild West, a tiki torch village, lots of different fun environments that were super different from each other. And even though the initial vision might have been, hey, we can have a variety of puzzles in every one of these, it really worked well to latch onto each one and say, okay, well, if it's a castle environment, that's where we're going to have the missions that are either attacking or defending a fortification. Maybe the camera doesn't even move because it's a very forward offensive kind of arrangement. If it's a Wild West environment, we had these mining stages. We had a high elastic ball, show some examples of, that kind of spiral through and you're trying to get all the gold. But what happened was it enabled us to give us this hook. So kids can see the setting, see the characters involved, and if they see the gorilla, they know, oh, this is one of those levels. I know how to do this one. I've done ones like this before. Meanwhile, the other side of that coin, if they see one they haven't seen and suddenly they're in a jungle level, they're in the volcano level, then they're going to kind of recognize, okay, well, this is something different than what I've seen before. I don't have to perk up my antenna and not come into this with the same assumptions as the last puzzle environment I was working in. Another nice thing about this, it enabled our lead writer on the team, Joe Fielder. He's since has written for BioShock Infinite and Deathloop, which I think is just kind of a fun trivia bit. But Joe, hello Joe, I think he's also in Massachusetts where I am these days. It meant that he and the illustrators could work up these concepts so when they're setting up the characters to the players, they could very much communicate and express, when you see the gorilla, there's going to be bridges to help gorilla across. And it just made it much, I think, clearer and simpler and more straightforward so we could still have a ton of variety in mechanics, a ton of different settings, a ton of different things the player got to do inside this game without getting lost or confused and disoriented in, I thought this was this kind of puzzle, but it's that kind of puzzle. I didn't know what to do here. Was just sort of, we very much feared was going to be an issue from the amount of complexity and variety we had. So another example of these that I had a lot of fun with, the volcano levels, which is a very precarious, hot environment with fireballs going off in the background and so on. We had these little baby gorillas in diapers, and you couldn't let them drop. You had to extract these gems, Jenga style, while the structure didn't fall too much, because if it collapsed, the little babies got squished. And it wasn't graphic, but it was kind of silly and cartoony. But when you saw these little babies, you knew, okay, this is going to be kind of a game of operation, kind of getting in there, doing these very precise maneuvers, which is obviously, again, antithetical to so many other missions where all about blow up the entire gem tower or that kind of thing. Likewise, again, we have a mission where we're helping a bandit in the Wild West do some mining in the gold or whatever. And so we built these tunnels with a 1 meter thick wall, 1 block thick wall that you could see inside and out what you hit, had holes on each side, and these super elastic balls. It would bounce probably 100 times like a laser ricochet. And you would just try to get a shallow angle in there to spiral it through, and you could see from the outside as they're ding, 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 points flying everywhere. Feels like you're winning a casino game or a slot machine, and it very much fit the Wild West theme, but it meant that when you saw this kind of environment, again, it helps the player shift gears to say, okay, I'm not trying to knock this down. I'm not trying to protect those baby gorillas. I've got a different context here with different characters and different clues in my environment that this is a different activity I'm about to engage in. For level grouping design, they were put in what we called stacks or sets, where each set of levels is maybe anywhere from 6, 9, 10, 12 levels, sometimes maybe, 18 perhaps on the upper bound. But the blocks were first introduced, I think it was a wise choice by the lead designer, Tomo Moriwaki, or creative director, basically before incorporating all those blocks in the more sophisticated levels featuring animals and creatures and characters. Instead, first of all, they were taught as the chemical blocks levels, the vanishing block levels, the bomb blocks levels, so that the player could kind of first experiment with those in isolation, and then kind of we have it in our grammar to build upon and remix in these more sophisticated later stages. As a variety here for sort of a progression, we got for some Gorilla maps. Let me see if this one will full screen because this will make it easier to see. Nope. Okay, well, not playing nice today. Okay, so show, test, and combine was sort of the philosophy here for each of those stacks. So for, say, the bridge levels, we're helping Gorilla cross the bridge to get to her. I can't remember if it was like field trip students or children or nieces or nephews or what. But so the very first level was just a bridge where all the player could really do is clear the obstacle so that Gorilla could make their way across the bridge to the kids. Then we would elaborate on that, make a more advanced version only with that same concept. So here we see one that's watched some YouTube players play it a lot of different challenging ways. It's a lot of weight on top of the bridge that if you're not careful about how in the order you knock it off, imbalances and the whole thing collapses. Gorilla obviously can't get across, you got to restart. And then for the final section, the final third of those stages, we would elaborate and recombine with other concepts we taught them earlier. So they've already done chemical block stages and bomb block stages. So for the later stages of the bridge levels, we involved chemical blocks and bomb blocks. And you can just immediately get the gauge for how precarious this is, because you're trying to knock things off without the green blocks touching, without the red blocks accidentally getting struck, which will detonate the entire bridge. Another set of Gorilla levels we have here. So they're all getting kind of bridge navigation themed. Here, Gorilla's powering their way through vanishing blocks one at a time, which kind of works as a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 timer. You can see the inevitable. This Gorilla is about to fall down that hole. And before the Gorilla can, you're trying to slide across these blocks to create a bridge for her to make her way down to the kids. Block pulled logs, some more intermediate levels for those. We basically had a lot of freestanding logs and then these metal contraptions that would hold them in place. And kind of a bit like trying to break open a lock, you have to slide these little puzzle pieces in a certain order to clear them so the bridge can fall and she can get to the kids in time. And this elaborated into these sort of stages where you might even see immediately this is a spiral of walls locking in the other walls. And the challenge there become almost sort of a mechanical, just click per minute kind of interaction. How fast can I swipe these accurately and correctly to clear the space to create this satisfying, clear walkway for her to save the kids? In terms of process, the game shipped with a really nice level editor on device on the Wii. People could actually make their own levels and locally play them. I can't recall how they shared them. There wasn't any network functionality. That was unfortunate. But that editor was created later in development. But more importantly, that editor worked on Wii with a Wiimote, which is like a couple buttons, a D-pad, a cursor, not a high-resolution screen. There's a lot faster ways to make levels with a keyboard, a mouse, and a high-res screen. So I made a custom level editor we used internally. I called it Vegan Edit. I'm vegan. Nothing else to do with veganism aside from the fact I built that editor. But the emphasis of my editor was really for expert use only, right? The users weren't going to see this. This was not meant for players, for anybody else. This is for people who are paid 8+ hours a day to crank out as many levels of high quality as they can. So it can have a very steep learning curve, but a lot of keyboard shortcuts to group select areas, rotate chunks of 3D, shift entire areas around, fill, replace, block types, goal types, etc. But that speed enabled me to achieve a degree of quality through quantity. And what I mean by that is my process most weeks involved Monday, Tuesday, rapidly sketching 12 to 15, just wildly different levels in a category. I've been assigned vanishing blocks, chemical blocks, bridge levels, whatever. And so I would just produce a variety in no particular order. They might be ugly, they might be confusing, but they're as different as I can make them, trying to explore the domain of what I could possibly do that's different or interesting with this kind of blocker concept. On Wednesday, I would narrow down immediately. I'd throw away 1/3 of those levels, which 2/3 of those levels, leaving only 8 or 10, are even worth showing somebody else for review. The rest went straight to the trash. And that's what allowed me to take some wilder risks. I didn't count on every single idea I was trying had to turn into something shippable that I could show a producer or get into the final game. It just let me kind of off the wall spitball. I think writers or musicians sometimes call this writing for the waste paper basket. It was very helpful for me to have that freedom, making stuff knowing a lot of this is going to be trash, so I could really just kind of take chances on it. Thursday, I'd arrange having a coworker, either producer or another designer, playtest those, and of course, I wouldn't tell them what to do. I would just observe and make notes as they verbalized as they played. But before they did that, I would add some functional clues. I know Kevin before me mentioned affordance in design. Similar idea here. Physical clues in the environment to show them, okay, this block's protruding, or there's a hole there. Maybe I'm supposed to throw a ball in there. What if I tried to hit that sideways? Trying to give them some clues of, here's some things that are going to have a disproportionate impact just structurally on what they're seeing, but not decorative yet. Not yet placing enemies and other things and obstacles just for the sake of visual flourish around it. Friday, based on those notes, I threw away another 2 levels, leaving behind only 6 to 8, and trashing another 2 that just weren't as interesting. And only then did I take the final pass to iterate on the decoration, the finalizing, and giving them a title as a clue. What I mean by a title as a clue is we knew, even though there's descriptions per level of what to do, a lot of people, especially younger players, casual players, we know skip that. So when possible, if they only read one thing, I figured it'd be the mission title. So for example, a level called Magic Carpet is one in which the way you help Gorilla across is you have to drag tiles under her as she's walking, and it's sort of this built-in clue or the gimmick per this stage and how you're going to go about it. For process for narrowing down which third of levels to trash each Wednesday, this is a process I've used throughout my career that's been very helpful to me. But basically, I would set up a spreadsheet where along the left side I'd have my different prototype levels, my 10, 15, 20 for that week I'd made so far. I'd make columns to score them a 1 to 5 on factors like how understandable do I think it is, how different or unique does it feel from the others, is it visually interesting to inspect from different angles, how big of a spectacle is the payoff for solving it. And even though it's just my subjective measures, my guessing, right? There's no objective rubric for what's a 3 versus a 4 or 5. It's an old technique actually used by many non-game people in investment firms, hospital administration, what it's basically lets you do is it lets you think about what are the criteria that for one of these would make it more interesting to me or a better choice than another. How important are those to me? Because then I can weight those factors and say that this factor is worth double, triple, half as much as the other factors. Summing those and scoring those and then sorting by that score give me a way to say, okay, well, if I'm correct in transparently saying to myself, here's the important factors, here's how I think each map rates on those, then I can rule out among a big file of many considerations, all things considered, these third just don't have as much potential to work on, and so I could waste less time iterating on those and focus on the two-thirds that have better potential. Another thing to know here, right, is that it's possible that in the process you might find, well, I really wish this one had better score on it. At that point, just give it to yourself, right? If you find yourself modifying numbers to try to change the order, it's like the old thing about flipping a coin, and because you'll know by the time it lands which one you want, head or tails. Same trick here. At the end of the day, if it helps you come up with a clear decision, that's often sufficient. I have a YouTube video, it's not one of my viral ones, from 4 years ago explaining this gist of this process, how to make complex decisions better. And the process there is really the same thing applied to lots of designers I train. They have lots of different ideas they want to work on. How and why would they pick one type instead of the others? And this is a way of kind of scoring and thinking through which is a good one for me to take on next based on their own personal criteria. So at a high level, we talked about mechanics, system design, novelty without confusion, level group design, and process. And actually, I think we still got a few more minutes. I'm just kind of skimming over here. We've got a couple other additional bits in closing I can just kind of throw in there. First of all, some designs we found were really more fun to make than to play, right? And this is where it was really designers having fun. One of my favorite things I did in there that nobody else cared about or liked, I watched YouTube videos of people playing these levels. They didn't even figure out they could do this. These little boxes in the background, they're actually chemical shotgun cannons, where when you pull out the wooden stick, it causes chemical blocks to collapse and touch. That explosion projects these little meter cubes, which just absolutely just trashes those zombies in front of these boxes. You're supposed to kind of use it to clear the ground behind your girl, that nobody does it or cares. But I still kind of wrote this off, even if this to me wasn't maybe the most interesting level to the player, because it's a very internal, obtuse design choice we did. That they have the editor, I thought it was still valuable to be able to have some examples in there of, here's some neat tricks and other things, so you can build some working inventions and mechanics in this engine, and looking at their lens of what are some things we can equip the player with in their vocabulary of stuff that might be relevant or have other interesting solutions to them in their editing experiences. Two other short notes, their credits policy was based on time on the team, not actual contributions. This to me was a very big frustration. I contributed at least proportionally to my size of that small design team, the number of levels and so on. But I did not stick around on the team. I was only for several months before I moved on to work with a startup. And so my credit was for additional design. And this was, of course, frustrating to me because I worked on a whole bunch of levels I was very proud of. And so since then, I've moved to a policy for our practice groups and home team where we have super detailed credits. I literally go through everybody's GitHub history for 140 plus games now. Who did which features and which levels and which sounds and which songs. And to me, that's been very important for players to be able to have a way to see in their games who did which parts, regardless of if they did it in a different amount of time than others. But anyway, that's become, for me, an important thing of an angle of credits, making hyper-specific credits in a way that GitHub makes very easy for us to do. And lastly, acknowledging that best practices depend on context. This one of the points of just friction and Avid, one of it blaming anybody at all, was that a lot of processes for established genres like RTS or FPS, we have a 200, 300 person team trying to make a slightly more polished version of this well-established, amazing, high-quality game, is a very different set of processes or hierarchy that might be well-suited to a smaller, more agile, more innovative team on a smaller timeline. And so a lot of what I've kind of figured out in my approach to teaching people is the differences between, obviously, what's right and wrong matches for your game jam may not be best for a giant team and anywhere in between, depending on what you're building, how you're going about it. A good engineering practice is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Same thing goes for design approach and so on, where if what you're building might get thrashed and trashed out, you don't want to spend too long perfecting it or painting yourself into a corner. But that's it. Looks like we're kind of near the end of time. But if anybody has questions or things, happy to discuss. I guess it would be the GGDA Discord. And one last little quick plug here. If you're interested in my kind of stuff, GameDevTraining.com is a free weekly email list where you can catch some other tips from people I've trained.
Yeah, everyone, write down GameDevTraining.com. Great stuff. I'll put it in the chat in a little bit. Thank you very much. That was a lot of great information. Definitely agree with you on the credits, especially. And definitely agree with you that level design processes within a team. Let's focus on you. Get your face up there, not my icon. There we go. That it varies significantly. So one thing I'll notice is that on larger teams, and you didn't seem to have this, is there will always, not say always, there will often be a team that reviews the level design plans before they go into production. And it seems like you had full choice of what you developed or didn't develop.
Yeah, this is, so for example, in contrast, the Medal of Honor Airborne team I was on before it, there was absolutely, we would have to draw stuff in Illustrator and have meetings about it and committees together about, which stages are we attempting to do sniping in the winter mountains? Are we going to this concrete base pillars of whatever? Whereas here, the levels are so small, instead it was actually, like if you could talk about it all day and you wouldn't be able to picture it until you had it working on device, but it was so fast to build and throw together those stages, it just became a matter of like, okay, let's put it in front of the producer. What do you think about this? No? Okay, what about this one over here? And it was, again, it's why I think it was almost a more of an indie kind of process, despite being a AAA title, in a way really unique to that point in time and that platform that was a lot of fun to work on, really neat opportunity to be a part of. Again, a lot of great people on that project, but just a very different process than what normally fits for a giant company like Activision, Ubisoft, EA's approach to level design process.
Right. And you still probably sought out feedback every now and again, but it's good to be able to go with your gut instincts on it. Morris Taylor raised the question on credits. Commercial games that show full credits might get employees poached. So, Morris, our response to this is number one, LinkedIn. They're up there anyway. Number two, if they're getting poached, that is the company's fault. So that is a good indication to a developer. If it's a studio that doesn't want to show you in the credits, there is a problem going on. I think that the more successful studios make sure to share it. I list everybody in the credits. Now, Chris is a bit more granular on what he credits them for doing, but I'll put them in there.
I also think Morris is totally correct, right? And so, for example, you look at the credits for Photoshop, it's just a pile of names. They don't even say who's a programmer or who's doing UI, UX, or whatever, because they really don't want you to go get the person who did this certain filter, certain technique, content-aware fill. They don't want you to know. In my home team game dev training group, like, we want people poached. We're just a training group, so we would love for someone to go after whoever made that model, did that level. So we do have a different set of criteria. But if nothing else, right, college projects, certainly freeware projects, game jams, I think the same philosophy can definitely apply for credit people for what they modeled, what levels they did, what sounds they did. At the end of the day, they're friends, family, recruiters. What everybody wants to know is, what did you do?
Right. And one of the things that you'll see is people put up their work on their portfolios when they have permission, and everybody else on the team is going through there and is going to slam them if they're taking credit for stuff they didn't do. Mm-hmm. So there is a bit of self-regulation going on, especially for larger teams.
Absolutely. But yeah, I realize we're kind of already over time in the next section, so I guess I'll split if we're ready for the next.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris DeLeon. Much appreciated.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, now it is keynote time. If you have questions for Shane, do put them in the chat and we will get them to you. He is not in the chat at the moment, but we will definitely get them answered for you. So have no fear. And with that, let's take it away, Shane.
Hey everyone, my name is Shane Canning, and I'll be doing a level design chat today about just building and prototyping levels that I've done in my career so far. And hopefully it's useful just to hear me talk about maybe some of the pipelines and processes that go on at these studios that I've worked at, and just giving you like a better perspective on how some of us create levels. Of course, this isn't the only way to build levels, but it's just the way I've been doing it. And I'm just going to be diving into some of my shipped work and look at some blockouts and different behind the scenes things, and hopefully that's really helpful for you to see. So yeah, let's dive into it. Yeah, to start, I'll just talk about who am I. So my name is Shane Canning, and I've been a level designer in the video game industry for like 14 years now. I've shipped around 9 games throughout that, and the studios I've gotten to work at were Disney, where I started my career in 2008 after I graduated, where I went to the Art Institute of Atlanta. After 8 years at Disney, they actually closed the studio, and after that I got a job at Insomniac Games, where I spent a little over 3 years. And got to work on some pretty amazing projects. And then I got the crazy idea to move to Tokyo, Japan to work for Square Enix, which is where I am now. That's why I'm recording this session and not able to be there live today. But yeah, I spent 2 years at Square Enix, and then for the past 6 months, I've been working at Unseen, Ikumi Nakamura's new studio. And I'm currently a senior level designer there. Each of the studios I've worked at so far, I've always been a level designer, and I know that being a level designer or being a game designer can be different per studio, and they've all got their kind of different roles figured out. And so today I'll also talk about what my particular role was at the studio and how we worked, just to make sense of how their production pipelines incorporated design and how the level design pipeline was broken down there. So yeah, let's check out what we're going to be talking about today. So let's just do a quick overview of the agenda today. I'll be talking about the level design pipelines for each studio and just how my role was kind of integrated with the other departments and how I would work through kind of start to finish on these projects. The biggest chunk of of content we'll do today is just going over my shipped work, looking at some behind the scenes, some blockouts, and just kind of walking through a little bit of how I was putting those together and just showing a lot of examples of a lot of my work that I've done. And hopefully that is the biggest part of what helps people just kind of not only understand more about what level design entails, but a little bit about what that looks like at these bigger studios sometimes. And at the end, I'll just have some advice for beginners, people who are just starting to get into level design, or maybe just some advice for how to get started or where to go for that, and just things you can be doing to improve, and just hopefully leave you with just a little bit of guidance to where you can kind of start. So let's jump into pipelines. So this is a general AAA pipeline that feels like each studio kind of shared when it came to being a level designer at these places. And then after this, I'll kind of go into a little more detail how each studio might have been a little bit different from each other. But generally we have a pre-production phase where we're doing a lot of brainstorm meetings and we're talking about the game. We're also doing a lot of planning for the schedule and how assignments for levels and kind of responsibilities are handed out. You know, we're gathering a lot of reference and inspiration. A lot of times we'll be thinking about the main references and kind of source of inspiration for the project and what we want people to focus on. We're also playing some games, and we're talking about games that we think are really good references for the project. We also do things like game jams where we could just spend a couple days and work on whatever we want, whatever we're kind of thinking would be really cool to add to the project or could help inspire those around us. So you can just go off, make whatever you wanted, and then you'd come back and show everyone that, and it would give everyone different ideas. And some of those items would actually be in the game, and I'll have some examples later on how that worked out. A lot of prototyping, or you're just kind of sketching out in the game engine, whether you're doing stuff in 3D or 2D, any platform that people want to work on. And then later we moved into production finally, and so you kind of knew what you were working on by then. You were assigned whether you had 1, 2, 3, 4, who knows, levels, different mechanics and things like that. But now we're starting to white box out those areas. And so that's when, and some people call that gray boxing, you know, but white box, gray box, just the block out phase basically of you putting together your levels in the game engine, the 3D space. We're playing around. And then a huge part of being a level designer that I think isn't as popular online or Twitter or whatever you see is the gameplay scripting. And as level designers, taking our white boxes and then bringing them to life. And so slowly, step by step, we're bringing in like enemy spawners and playing through the level with enemies, or you're setting up NPCs to talk to and mission givers and different quests that will happen. Any gameplay that is happening throughout your level needs to also start getting added in. Studios take that step by step and then iterate on each of those. But it has a lot to do with the story and the mission beats of your levels. And this is definitely the time where you see level design just really talk to all the different departments. It's probably my favorite thing about being a level designer is that I actually get to work with all of the departments, because each team has different parts of the game they're bringing to me to get into the levels, and I'm also working with them to just bring my own ideas to life and really leaning on departments like animation and programming for new mechanics, as well as audio and lighting, and just about every department you can think of really collaborating together. And that's really the difference maker in really good levels, is when you have a lot of good collaboration with your teammates. As an LD, you'll find yourself actually bringing other people's ideas to life, but it's a really big collaboration. So you're not really out to make sure all of your ideas get in, you just want to make sure the best ideas get in. So after those phases, we roll into something more like alpha, beta, and shipping it. So obviously shipping it is just being done with the game, but this alpha phase is when there's a lot, it's when we're having a lot more play tests, and we're doing a lot of changes based on feedback. And we're talking to the team and people outside of the team during all of this to fix anything we can, you know, before time runs out, basically. It's a lot of optimization. So level design will talk to programming, and usually different studios have different tools and different teams that help figure out, you know, where some of the frame rate problems are or other optimizations that need to be made. But in this phase, we're cleaning everything up and fixing those. We're tackling all of the bugs that are coming to us for our levels, and eventually getting to ship it. And levels they're never done, really. It's really just someone's taking it out of our hands and saying you can't work on this anymore. And I find it happens like that every single project. So maybe let's talk a little bit about some of the differences from Disney, Square, and the other studios, to just see kind of like, to maybe see what was maybe special about their kind of level design roles versus other ones. So when I was at Disney, the big differences with their level design department was, one, we were using Maya to build all of our work, and so the workflow was a lot different than maybe just working in Unreal or Unity. And I thought that was really unique. I had a background using Maya from my college days, and so this studio kind of fit me really well, and I was really comfortable just modeling out my blockouts in Maya versus kind of building them in pieces, which is more kind of familiar with if you're using like an engine. Another interesting thing about working at Disney was we had a kind of more prominent story department. Obviously, we're working with a lot of companies' IPs, and so the story team had a lot of kind of heavy lifting and also responsibility, along with kind of decision making when it came to what we were doing for story for the levels. And so basically, when I started projects, I would be given the kind of premise and a lot of the information about what was going on, and it was up to me to kind of fill that in, create some fun spaces, but I didn't necessarily have a lot of control over developing kind of the story and what was going to happen in these worlds. But yeah, for the most part, I was just creating spaces based on what other people were pitching and what would kind of fit into those universes. And so it was a lot more about gameplay and my spaces rather than getting a little bit more control over also the narrative. When I went over to Insomniac Games, it was much different in the fact that they were giving the level designers kind of more responsibility for creating that entire story wrapper. And so when I was creating a narrative, pitching a PowerPoint and coming up with each mission beat for the story, and then kind of going with the story team and having them look over that, change things for me, help me make sure certain topics or things for the whole game, with the story overall was still working. And then just really, getting down to some of the details of the script and if it made sense and if each story beat kind of like led well into another. But you got to kind of be the director of your own level at Insomniac, and I really liked that I had more control over that. When I was working on Spider-Man, I was able to kind of come up with a lot more ideas and try to get those in, and then sell the team on that by doing your block out and figuring that out. And I thought that was really cool. A big change for me at Square Enix when I moved over there was actually not doing a lot of level scripting and mission creation just yet. It was more about just blocking out things and making mock-ups, prototypes, and whiteboxing just different parts of the world and trying to create the kind of shape language, the kind of feel, the scale, the layout of a lot of those areas. And I was doing that for the entire 2 years that I was there. And so much different feeling from each studio, but kind of a similar pipeline that was happening behind the scenes. But as a level designer, we're always creating spaces that are really fun to play in, and that's kind of our main objective, is to make the mechanics feel really fun and make players feel like they're awesome doing the game's mechanics, basically. Yeah, so it can really be broken down to be that simple. So that's kind of how the pipeline stuff worked. Hopefully that will just give you some context as we talk about the levels I've created, and when we're looking at this behind the scenes stuff or the blockouts and whatnot. I just wanted to give you a little bit of context, and I hope that helped a little bit. So yeah, let's start taking a look at the fun stuff, the games. So my very first project at Disney was working on Bolt, the Miley Cyrus John Travolta movie, and it was a blast, and it was also kind of nice because they didn't kind of throw me into the deep end. There was a little bit of onboarding. I had a mentor, and basically what I was doing was collision work. Back then, the level design team would actually do all of the collision for the world. That's a lot easier these days. I feel like now artists are doing collision on their own, and we generally do more bug fixing rather than creating anything from scratch. But yeah, I was just kind of covering all these different levels that needed collision passes. I was taking assets and destroying them in Maya and breaking them up into pieces, as well as just little tasks that were getting me familiar with how their engine was integrated into Maya and how all the tools worked. And so I didn't have any levels of my own for this one. So the next game I worked on after Bolt was finished, I rolled onto a project called Jabberwocky, and sadly this was a canceled project at Disney, but when I was interviewing to come to the studio, this is the game they kind of pitched me on to say, this is what you'll be working on. And I spent around 8 months doing some of my first kind of game design work, and I got to block out a lot of different spaces that I was assigned. There was this awesome Blur trailer that we had made, and this was really cool because we got to turn this into a playable space. And during that time, the kind of work I was doing as a level designer was putting together a lot of different combat camera areas. The game kind of had some rail camera stuff going on, and so the cameras were on rails as the player moves around those spaces. And I got to work a lot with creating kind of like boss scenario areas, just prototyping like cool like levels I was dreaming up. And so for the first time, I was actually blocking out spaces, and it was really fun to put these levels together. So it was really sad when the project actually got canceled and I rolled on to Toy Story 3. So yeah, and Toy Story was an awesome project. I had so much fun learning about the things I should start caring about as a level designer, because a lot of the things I've learned in my career have all just been on these projects. Like, I didn't really know anything about it coming out of school. I was actually trying to be an environment artist. And so Disney actually thought I would be a better level designer than artist, which is, at the time I was like, oh no. But it's been more fun ever since I started it, and I've obviously stuck with that the whole time. And so in Toy Story 3, there were just a lot of cool opportunities to script some gameplay and start kind of prototyping different how mechanics would work. Worrying about platforming now, where I'm thinking about the rhythm of platforming and how to make that comfortable for players, and how to kind of put mechanics together and transition those into situations that are kind of understandable and fun for the player. So with some of these puzzles that I had made, with timing, or you're there to help some of the other toys escape from their jail cells, and all the while Buzz Lightyear is patrolling the world with a flashlight. And so I actually used 3D cones and had them slave to Buzz and slave to the other elements, like the helicopters that move these lights in the cars. And when they touch you, when the player touches those cones, then they get caught. And so looking at the block out I had done in this is like early on. One thing I'll tell people to do as you're doing work is save work in progress as much as you can, because I swear for the first couple of years of my career I just never even thought about it. So a lot of this I had to really go scavenge and really try and find some of this work in progress or behind the scenes things. But yeah, we got some of the project from Pixar, and we got to see what kind of these daycare centers looked like in the movie. And then from there you're looking at different pictures, concepts, stills, whatever your company, whatever your project is kind of showing you to build off of. If you have something, you know, you're kind of looking at and trying to think about, like, what is this space going to look like? And so I built out a block out, and from there, this was the first time I got to really work really closely with a game designer, because at Disney they also split up level design and game design, where in Insomniac it was kind of like you're both. And it was really fun to just, yeah, dream up different things that were happening for this. So Woody and Jesse are able to kind of swap back and forth and free the player, and so you could do fun things with having one take over the other, and different abilities mattered and how you could use those in the level, where Jesse could use certain mechanics that Woody didn't have access to, and vice versa. And so you're just thinking about how you want to spread these things out and make it fun for the player to explore around and have these things happen. And I think it turned out okay. I think looking back, I don't know why this kind of a level maybe took me too long to put together some of this stuff. And it's just kind of fun to think about, you know, how you might go back and do some of these things differently. And this whole presentation has really made me think that way. I'm just like, oh, I wish I could just make this again. I would do it so differently, or I would make things so much better, because a lot of the spaces are kind of like the car lights intersecting with each other, like it becomes a little ambiguous. And just you start to see little things that you'd want to change or try again, because when you're developing levels, it's really all about communication. You know, there's just so much feedback and things you need to tell the player, whether they're doing things wrong or they're doing things right. And it's just really fun when you look back at things like this and you're like, how did some kid, like, you know, because the demographic at that time was so much younger, and so how did I expect someone to be able to accomplish this? But it worked out somehow. And so yeah, there's like these glowing red buttons around these prisons. And so another cool thing that we see in level design a lot is kind of players see the solution and then kind of trace back their steps to find out what they need to be doing. And a lot of times it could be piping or electrical wires in this case. You know, so you're kind of drawing, you're retracing the steps to say, oh, this is where I need to go to try this out. So yeah, it was really fun, really cool. I learned a lot. You know, it was my first full project at the studio, and I think I started to finally kind of understand all the things that I need to start looking out for. You know, whether it's where am I putting collectibles, and I'm getting to work on different cameras and implementing those to give the player feedback when they're doing something right or wrong, as well as, you know, you're thinking about enemy pathing and you know, where cinematics happen, where story beats can happen, where dialogue gets placed in between things. As a level designer, we're always figuring out where we're putting dialogue lines and how that's matching up with what's going on in the game. So yeah, really cool project, and just kind of my first kind of thrown in the deep end, like figure all this out, and it was a lot of fun though. So after Toy Story 3, my next project was Cars 2. And sadly, I didn't save a lot of like my blockout work or any of the prototypes or any of the work I had done on this, so I'll just kind of gloss over it a bit. But it was really cool because it was like the first kind of competitive split screen I had worked on, and so being a gamer, obviously, and just really enjoying these types of games, this was definitely one of the most fun projects the studio had worked on throughout the 8 years I was there, is because the entire studio was just constantly playing the game together against each other. We had so many competitions, and during this phase for level design, we were tasked with coming up a lot of different modes that we could play multiplayer together with. So our capture the flag became like deliver the bomb, and my level was this oil rig level, and so I was trying to figure out like how to make this interesting when it's kind of on a big square, and ended up just kind of more concentrating on, you know, weapon placement, exploders and destructibles and things like that, as well as kind of like enemy spawn stuff, because what we actually did is we had somewhat of a horde mode, and so figuring out where my spawn closets were to deliver more new enemies, and as well as like the waves, and you know, with visual scripting, that's usually how we're managing our wave numbers. And so this project taught me a lot about that, and I was able to just get better with scripting in the engine, figuring out that at the time Disney had developed their own engine, and in that engine was something called Meridian, and Meridian was kind of our visual scripter, and so that's what I'd used for every project for pretty much the whole time I was at Disney doing that, you know, and it had a lot to do, you know, with if you're not familiar with visual scripting, you know, a lot of it is like based on connecting events to other events and different actions that the player's doing in the world that then triggers other things to happen, right? And so we're just managing things step by step, as well as keeping track and keeping score, and just able to trigger off cinematics, sound, dialogue, and events and everything in between. And so this project, I got a little more familiar with doing that. So I definitely recommend, if that's something you're weaker at, to, you know, keep practicing and try and script a lot of things on your own at home, and look up tutorials and things, and just keep getting better at being able to prototype different gameplay, whether it's modes like these or any small mechanics that you can get into and kind of showcase. It's really strong in portfolio work when I see candidates that have, you know, some blockout skills, and they have a technical side that helps, you know, they have a technical side that also shows that they're trying to do this type of work, because that's what you'll be doing at the studios most of the time. So that's really what you want to show people. Next up was Disney Infinity. This was a big deal for the studio. We created this kind of new big property where we start plugging toys into, and different properties. We got to work with all kinds of different studios like Lucas and Marvel. But yeah, for Disney Infinity 1.0, I was assigned as the kind of lead level designer on the Cars playset. And so basically that meant I was going to be blocking out kind of my version of Radiator Springs and trying to figure out what kind of fun gameplay would be there. Sadly, another case of I don't have a lot of work in progress stuff that I had saved from this time. I don't know why I didn't grab anything like that. The cool thing was, when I was starting to prototype this project, we had kind of a different car model that we were using as far as the physics go, and Lightning could just jump all over the buildings and stick to things and wall jump, and it really felt like we were almost doing like parkouring with cars. It was really wild and pretty fun, but eventually we kind of settled that down a little bit into more what you see in the final edition. But we could still like do grinding and tricks and jumping all over the place, and the basis around my prototyping was just trying to figure out how to incorporate these buildings into the gameplay, and doing some racing around Radiator Springs. But we also had another level designer put together a bunch of racetracks that would happen in a different area for Willie's Butte. And so those were kind of the two areas for the Cars playset that we had. it was really fun trying to figure out how to make these different buildings do cool things and talking to the game designers about what we could try, you know, as well as like finding these different mechanics that we had like towing cars and what we could do with those, and chaining that together and then throwing the cars into these buildings and having things affect them like paint jobs and customizations. And then past that, just coming up with like interesting races and creating the different tracks around the world to do those. And yeah, so it was just really cool kind of creating different challenges, races, gameplay around the town of just hanging out with some of the NPCs and getting missions from some of the main characters of the Cars universe. Prototype your best ideas, and even if they don't work out, they're more often than not really good food for thought for other people on the team to come up with their ideas that can kind of like +1 on yours. So this is cool. So in Disney Infinity 2.0, I got to work on some laboratories and sewers and was able to scrape together some of the kind of files I had worked on before. But it was really cool. So this was the Spider-Man playset that I worked on mainly. And so I had this cool lab where you kind of like defend the computer that kind of had a central hub area, and then we would just be spawning a lot of enemies until the timer ran out. You just needed to defend the computer. And so also part of this level was grabbing batteries and powering different doors so you can go in and out of things. Here's a little bit of how the blockouts looked with doing that kind of stuff, and you can kind of see the conduits of the batteries of where they get placed and the setup for the computer and things like that. And back then when I was doing a lot of my blockouts, you know, I've always been the type of person, because like I said, I was kind of coming from trying to do environment art into level design, so I've always kind of been like a wannabe environment artist where I'm just really wanting to, you know, you try and define the space as much as you can. In my opinion, this is a topic that is very different depending on the level designer you talk to and which studio you work at and how their kind of team puts things together. But yeah, sometimes you can keep it simple, and sometimes you can, you know, try and add a lot of fidelity and make things look really interesting and cool. I feel like that will help inspire people around you and also just get people excited about your ideas. I think that's the biggest point of all of it, is just you really need to build things in a way that can get people excited about what you're making. With this level I'm showing now, this level actually got cut and was never finished just because we kind of ran out of time. And sometimes you get to a project and they're like, look, art can't finish it, so we have to cut some things, and this is one of those things that got cut, which is a shame. I really liked this one because I had these cool hex puzzles on the floor that you were messing around with. I did put those in the other labs that I had done. But yeah, generally just putting together gameplay, this is how it kind of went. You know, in Maya, you're just blocking out your scene and trying to figure out, you know, these different areas and how they connect to each other. I think that's one thing I've just learned so much more about, is just composition and how I'm kind of stringing areas together, and then also how I'm defining each area and how that could kind of lead into the next, and what you're trying to set up for the player to understand where they are in the space. You know, there's a lot of different things we can do that really helps players kind of figure out, oh, I'm here, and then not getting lost. And so you want to create memorable landmarks. You want to create different areas that have an identity and that they stand out from each other, but that they also work really well together cohesively as like kind of one big space. So there are things happening in the labs with batteries, and in the sewers it was all about walking around with kind of this big sonic weapon that would blast these symbiote walls apart so you can keep moving forward. It was really fun to work with Marvel on Spider-Man, and it was kind of funny that later I would work on Insomniac Spider-Man, and I hope that this maybe came in handy with pulling me into that studio. So I was really thankful to get to work on both of these. So then I went to Disney Infinity 3.0, and this was a blast. So working with Lucas and doing a bunch of new Star Wars stuff, it was just a ton of fun. And so the crazy part about this project, level design wasn't able, or no one on the project was really able to see any of the movie, right? But we could see screenshots of it, basically. But we couldn't take those anywhere. We just had to look at it and then remember stuff and then just go work on things and try and create something fun. And so for the prototyping for my levels here, I was doing Han's freighter and the Starkiller base. And so for the freighter level, I was just trying to, you know, make something that kind of looked like a big smuggling ship where Han and Chewie could store a bunch of cool things. And a lot of the prototyping around this was just really trying to figure out some of the shape language of Star Wars and making sure that was there. And also just kind of to imagine like what would make a really fun space in the Star Wars universe when it came to like what my mission beats were, and kind of coming up with like this little story and just coming up with stuff that made sense for Han and Chewie as well as Disney Infinity stuff. like for some prototype pieces, you know, in the beginning, it was just kind of putting together a few simple hallways or walls in different areas, you know, landing ship areas, just to kind of get a sense for it. You might see, I hope this is something anyone who's already in level design, but yeah, always have like reference cubes for scale. A lot of times nowadays I just have different models I can use like to scale, and I kind of spread them around my level and just make sure I'm always constantly checking scale against anything I'm building. And so yeah, early on here I'm doing a lot of testing with just like figuring out like, oh, Star Wars stuff, like what can I put together for this. Kind of the docking bays where levels would start for the Starkiller base. And then for that level, you know, I just really got to go to town, and it was amazing because for me, Lucas had reached out and told us like, oh wow, the Starkiller base really felt like, you know, something that would fit the movie and fit the universe, and gave us a lot of like kind of compliments on what we had done with this, from not really being able to see any of the reference too clearly, especially for this part of the movie. They didn't have a lot of that to show. And so yeah, this was just a lot of fun, you know, creating different elements where like stormtroopers are walking by. And I think my favorite part of this level was creating this like really huge tower that went all the way up, because I wanted this elevator to just be screaming down by the player, and as you're crawling around it and collecting different things and fighting people, that elevator kind of had this like cool Star Wars feeling to it. As well as towards the later part of the level, there was another kind of vertical room that you made your way up, and it was called the oscillator, I believe. It's been a while, so I don't remember, but this was really fun for me just because, you know, you have like the different mechanics for Disney Infinity. So we have the pipe climbs and the wall hanging stuff, you know, and then just the fighting with the enemies. And so you had to kind of figure out like how to make that fun. And so you're going around, and I think you were like disarming bombs at these pipes, and so you would disarm those as well as fight these people, and then use the pipe climb to get up higher and things like that. And then you kind of dip into different areas and fight, and eventually leading to like a boss fight with Kylo. So that was really cool. So the final Disney Infinity that I got to work on was called the Finding Dory playset, and this was technically Disney Infinity 3.5, but it was kind of got launched in a kind of softer way, and it was kind of the end of kind of what we were working on for Disney Infinity stuff, and this one kind of went out kind of fast. And so during this prototyping and block out phase, you know, I got assigned to do this 3D coral reef bay area. And so when I started the project, I sketched a couple things for trying to figure out what I wanted that space to look like. And then I usually just go in and start blocking things out. I'm not super big on kind of 2D maps or sketching out things too much, because I'd rather spend more time in the game engine, in the editor, trying to build those spaces up and then iterate on those instead. But yeah, for this space, you know, I was just trying to figure out like what was fun to swim around in, and creating like just a bunch of different routes and things like for Dory to go explore and find. And so the premise of this level was you're at the MLI Institute from the movie, and so the fish are on the outside, and it was all about building up your coral reef and just making it like super fun to not only be there, but make it super nice to look at. And so the player is unlocking just a bunch of different things that can add to it, and then also building these different kind of landmark house areas that do a lot more like fish customization, kind of like similar to what we had been doing with Disney Infinity in general. When you were in like the toy box mode, there was a lot of customizations and things like that. You know, it was really just about creating a fun space for the fish to be in. And I thought the challenging part to this was sometimes you're not going to get VO support, so voiceover, and all of the side missions in here were just going to have text. And that's kind of how Disney Infinity worked. The main missions had all the VO from a lot of the actors in most cases, and then all of the missions we were doing for quests that filled in some of the side stuff, you know, just had text. And that was really difficult because different children at different ages don't necessarily read the text, they just kind of button through it. And so then your challenge is just making sure you're presenting the levels and these missions and things you want them to do in different ways to make sure that it's always like clear enough and it has like some visual representation. And that's why in a lot of games like these you'll see a lot of like waypoint markers, and so we turn those on and off and make sure that the player like kind of always knows where they're going at all times in these types of games. Where I think if you see games, you know, that are with higher demographics, you have a little more leeway to kind of not only get more creative, but challenge the player to not just like hand them the answers as easily. Another cool thing about this was we designed one of the houses for the cuttlefish to turn on and off and change the time of day in here, and so you had this really cool kind of fluorescent nighttime vibe versus the brighter daytime. And I thought that was really awesome to have like two completely different looking areas, as well as when we were prototyping this type of things, we had mechanics on the D-pad. So you had like a shrimp that could eat algae, and you had a cuttlefish to light up dark areas. And it's really cool to have some of those mechanics, and that's kind of the stuff you would prototype, right? You're trying to think of like, okay, what kind of game mechanic can I not only build in the engine, but then, you know, relate that to what the game you're working on, make sure it fits within the theme and has like a kind of a fun gameplay hook that can be repeatable. And so that's a lot of the stuff that we get challenged with. So after Disney closed down, I left the studio. Warner Brothers picked up the studio and kept a lot of the people, which was really cool. But I decided that because I'd only worked at one studio, I wanted to try and work somewhere else. And I ended up getting a job at Insomniac Games, and I think it was amazing. It's definitely one of the best studios on the planet, hands down. And so my first project obviously was Spider-Man, and so Spider-Man was such a blast. And like I had mentioned before, now Insomniac is kind of having level design, you know, own game design, level design, and be a director of their own missions and levels, and really kind of take control of those and figure out a lot more than I was used to figuring out on these other games. But it was also really fun because now for the first time I'm in a room where I'm trying to pitch like the overall kind of picture of the entire level. And so we put together like a PowerPoint presentation, you know, just get all the team in the room with you, and you kind of pitch that to everyone. You kind of say, okay, here's what I'm thinking for the story beats, you know, each kind of location for the level, and how the kind of narrative plays out, and each, you know, thinking about tutorials and how you introduce those. Because with tutorials, it's really important that you can kind of tie those into the game a little bit, and they're not just something that's thrown at you. But, you know, it's not always perfect, because a lot of times new tutorials pop up later in development, and you have to kind of find a place to put those, and then you're kind of backtracking and figuring out, you know, where does this fit well enough, and how can I tie this maybe into a cinematic? Do we have the resources for that? And so with my block out with this tower, it was really fun, because when I first thought of this level, I immediately was thinking of that movie The Raid, where you have a SWAT team kind of infiltrating a hotel hideout and then making their way up into these floors and trying to clear them out. And so I thought, with this tower being this big fancy office building, that I wanted to kind of lean on something like that. We weren't going to be able to swing in this kind of an interior, but I wanted to still make Spider-Man feel like it was important that he was Spider-Man. And so you're able to kind of, you know, propel yourself up to these higher areas and keep moving across. And then usually in level design, we try to do something where we don't ask the player to kind of do harsh 180s all the time, to kind of like lose focus on where they need to be going. It's kind of always kind of this linear fashion, or at least doing things that get that to be closer, where I'm not turning 90 degrees and maybe I'm doing something that turns me 45 and then another 45 to kind of do these left or right turns. But in this case, I was going to have some heavy duty 180 degree turns. And so knowing that, I just made sure that each section kind of had an event or something, whether it's a cinematic or effects and explosions or a new enemy or something, you know, pulling you in that direction to kind of reorient the player so that you would know where to go and kind of point you in the right direction. And so I thought that was really fun. Another amazing thing on this project, I got to make the level for E3 2018, which was the raft. And with this level, you know, I really got to dig into some cool things with creating some new mechanics for the player, which was kind of this big vertical shaft at the end of the raft level where I wanted the player to be running up, and when you hit dodge, to just kind of change the platform you're standing on while continuously running upward at Electro. And this was really cool just to come up with like different mechanics, but usually for level designers, we don't usually come up with more than just like one thing per level that's like the special out of bounds thing, just because resource wise it would be really crazy not only to teach the player this many new things, but also for the team to consistently be doing kind of one-off things or things we're not sharing with other parts of the game. And so you really, as a level designer, need to manage your resources and figure out, you know, what do I have access to, what can I bring in that's new to my level and exciting, but is still in pace with like the overall scope of the game. And so, you know, we really fight a lot with that, because we're always trying to get some really cool things in, but they're like, hey, pump the brakes on this part, but we can give you this thing, you know, or how many cinematics can I have? And that really dictates, you know, these kind of bigger moments that will happen in the level. And you're just kind of juggling all this stuff to kind of come up with something that's really compelling, but didn't kind of kill the team at the same time. One of my favorite things to put together for Spider-Man was this electro chase on the outside of the raft, because I got to really kind of prototype a lot of like moving parts falling, you know, and kind of dictate a lot of the points on where Spider-Man was going to kind of keep propelling himself to do the chase, you know, what kind of pieces around the level are available to you. And then as level designers on Spider-Man, we were constantly having to do markup on any place that was point launchable and swingable. And so I can show a little bit of what that looked like in the engine, but we're creating volumes in the editor that dictate where Spider-Man can swing from. And then we're also creating different point launches specifically. And in this case, I got to really mess around with, you know, falling towers and things like that, and actually being able to swing off of those and move on those. That was really, something really cool that came out of prototyping from when I was tinkering around with that. And it was just really fun getting to be the one to actually play through the video for the raft level and kind of show exactly how I intended the level to be played. There were cool examples, you know, earlier on where we were trying to slow things down a bit and it was a little more puzzly, where Spider-Man was in a room that Electro just kind of rushed through and created a lot of electricity and water mixtures, and so there's a lot of things like kind of electrified, so stay off of this and that, and so slowing it down a little bit in this case. But then when E3 came about, we were like, okay, we need to ramp up the momentum, let's make this just like a parkour section to transition into a cinematic. And so a lot of things like that happen all the time, where we're constantly just kind of iterating and changing things. And when trade shows or things like E3 come about, you know, you really have to look and see what you're presenting and, you know, if it's the right pace for that kind of environment. It's definitely probably the thing I'm most proud of at this point in my career so far. Yeah, another cool thing is just, you know, as a level designer, we're also tuning the AI and figuring out what they're capable of. And so working with programming and getting what you need out of those scripting nodes to control Electro, and then, you know, working with them to figure out how we can use that scripting, you know, what kind of things we should pull out of programming into being visual scripting and what we can leave behind the scenes as code. Is also something we kind of juggle with. But definitely having that responsibility of authoring each point Electro goes to, waiting for Spider-Man to close that distance, you know, detecting when he's in range, and then having Electro pull off actions like whether I fire shots at Spider-Man or I fire shots at parts of the environment to make things fall and collapse on you. So it was all about just trying to figure out that kind of mixture of excitement, so that the player would really feel like everything's kind of coming down around them, and Electro's a really strong and powerful enemy, and so you want to make the player feel that. So yeah, it kind of ends up being pretty crazy what you're responsible for coming up with there, and I think that's what is the most amazing thing about being a designer at Insomniac. You just have a lot of power to create the kind of game you want, and the team there is so top-notch you can actually do pretty much anything. My last ship project was Ratchet and Clank, and so something really cool I got to work on. Early on we did a game jam, and for my game jam I kind of wanted to put together this spooky underwater base, because that was kind of the theme I was most latched onto, and I really wanted to make that for the game. And so you know, later this level would become DeLeon, but this was just a prototype of some different ideas and things I wanted to show off. But from this game jam I was able to kind of present like, here's what I'd like to work on for the game, and build a level that I was just kind of dreaming up for the Ratchet universe, and then later getting to build a level that was kind of based on that game jam idea. And I thought that was just awesome that that's how that kind of works out with game jams, because another thing that happened, you know, one of the lead programmers at the time for that game jam put together this spider bot that was like procedurally animated. And so after the game jam and everyone would present their ideas, I saw what Adam Noonchester was the programmer, he put together, and I was like, this is what I want to do for a mini game. You know, I don't want to do kind of any kind of 2D puzzles. I think we should, you know, make this kind of stand out as more of like a cool little action sequence for the mini games. Or some of the, you know, side puzzles, whatever he decided to do. And so from that game jam idea that he had, I put together this, which was kind of a playthrough of you being like the spider tank and Ratchet was like controlling it. through like maybe a computer interface system or something like that, and just trying to make it a level that kind of felt like I was a spider and I can crawl around and do different things. And so you're collecting these data packs and destroying parts of the level and just creepy crawling around like a spider. And so the cool thing is, this later, you know, got after I had left the studio, because I only worked on this project for about 8 months, you know, with a little bit of pre-production and production. And you know, that became you know, one of those modes for the side part of the game. There was 2 kind of side kind of game quest things that they had. They had the clank puzzles and then these glitch ones, and so they gave it a name, they themed a little bit more story around it, and you know, made it even cooler than this. And so that's what I just love about this type of thing, where you can come up with these ideas and the team is able to just keep making things better and better. And it's just awesome to see how game jams can turn out this way, where you can kind of, the team's prototyping a lot of cool things that end up going into the game, but it gives you a lot of freedom to just kind of come up with whatever you like. So one of the levels I had started to do some prototyping on and was assigned was, I went through a whole PowerPoint pitch and pitched this whole level for Blizzard Prime, and this was going to be like a destroyed planet, maybe like half lava, half kind of iced over, you know, abandoned, desolate kind of thing. And so this was like a super early prototype of me putting some of those ideas together. This was like not even a first pass yet, as far as like kind of scoping down the spaces and figuring out the scale. It was just kind of like a jumping in and putting something together and trying to figure out what this world would be, pitching the team on the narrative beats and working with story to figure out, you know, what made sense for that. All of that ended up getting changed after I had left, where a lot of the story had changed and they had kind of pivoted and, you know, iterated on their own ideas, right? And so as that happens, levels will change, and that just kind of goes with it. So some of the other designers I'd worked with kind of took over and redid a lot of the space. So Blizzard Prime wasn't really anything that had to do with me anymore, other than just kind of food for thought ideas that I had presented before I had left. But the cool thing is the DeLeon level, which I was really proud of, you know, mostly stayed intact. And so a really cool thing with this level was, you know, I got to see how this turned out. And thinking back from that game jam, I don't have any footage of this, but Mark Stewart, the lead designer on this project, you know, put together something where like kind of chasing us through the spooky space. And so we took that and made it happen in this DeLeon level with this character I named Juice, because he's always after like the energy sources, was chasing you around the world, and it made it feel like, you know, Alien Isolation. A lot of the inspiration I took from this was like The Thing, Aliens, and just really wanted to make it feel like a lot different and spooky, and there was just so much life you can do with like underwater things. And I think this whole theme, it just really feels cool to me. And so some of the art in some of these clips are already put in. I was looking around for some of my earlier block out stuff, but this was still what it looked like, you know, before I left. And so, yeah, you're just trying to create some really fun gameplay. The really cool thing about working on a Ratchet game is that a lot of this stuff is kind of like existing, and so we were able to port over a lot of things to get us going with the prototype phase and the early production phases. And so you do have some enemies you can spawn to kind of like feel out combat zones. You know, you do have some of those mechanics that are already working. And then there's new mechanics. Like I think I had one where you punch a raft and it blows up, and then you can use that as bounce pads. You know, you're doing things like scripting Junkbot. I was kind of coming up with just Junkbot character. He's like this scared guy that is kind of following you around the level, and so trying to create all the splines and making sure you're managing where he's going the whole time is something that, you know, is a lot of work to do as well. You know, there's just a lot that goes into creating these experiences, and it's pretty wild when you get to see them come together, especially when art starts to team up with you and start bringing your level, you know, further up in those passes of the art. And it just blows you away every time. It's just nothing is better than seeing how your block out gets translated into what the game will look like. It's really, really exciting. So yeah, I had a lot of fun working on Ratchet. It was like short and sweet, and then I just had the new opportunity to go to Square Enix. And the sad thing about Square Enix is that it's all under NDA, obviously, and so I don't have anything to show for like the 2 years I was blocking stuff out there. But as I mentioned before, at Square, it was all just about, you know, mostly just doing blocking out, and so I wasn't doing much scripting, and that was like a kind of a new thing where I wasn't taking as much of a role in some of the game design and scripting like I had been used to for the last 3 years at Insomniac. So yeah, let's talk about advice for if you're just starting off level design, or you're curious about things, or just how you should go about getting better. The biggest thing for level design is like how well you can work in the engine and create spaces that are like really fun and playable. And so I just recommend that you're spending all of your time in Unreal or Unity or a game engine of your choice, as well as maybe picking up some skills that can help on the side of like a 3D package, like if it was Blender, or if you know Maya, 3D Max and all those other things. But it's not a must-have, but it's just like a really good thing to have in your pocket for when you can use those. Another big resource that has kind of come up recently is a Discord channel called the Design Den, and I really recommend, as you're starting to put together your first spaces, to post your work there and get feedback, because there's an absolute ton of level designers and game designers on this Discord channel, and they're just constantly providing people with portfolio reviews. They're chatting live with people and just talking about their work together. And so I think this is the best resource we have right now for level design. And it does have a lot of game design elements in there too. There's different sections for that, but it does touch on game design as well as level design. It's just a massive resource where you can network with people, and it's something that wasn't around when I was getting into level design. So I just think it's like just a huge resource for people to get started with, not necessarily needing to go to school. Schools get to kind of be up to you if you can afford school, or if you want to, jump in and do it. It's there, and I think it's helpful, and it's nice to kind of see something that big through. But at the same time, schools, it's really expensive, and so I think now you have more specialized things with, like what I was teaching with CGMA. There's a lot of different courses you can take through them. Toward these type of more specialized schools that can kind of teach you exactly what you need, and then you can just go make a portfolio and try and do that. And so if you are going to do school, I definitely recommend doing something more specialized like that. And so yeah, you just got to be in the engine building levels and then getting feedback on those. The most important thing is to create a portfolio out of all of that, and once you have a portfolio, you can start applying to places, obviously. But like I said, the Design Den does a lot of good things, like giving people feedback and critiques on their portfolio websites. Quality over quantity is always key, and just don't ever show anything on a portfolio that you don't think is your best work, because I've seen a lot of cases where we start to second guess a lot of people based on we're seeing like a lot of different things. Another huge thing is don't confuse people about what you want to be. So if you want to be a level designer, your portfolio kind of needs to reflect that in a very strong sense. I won't dive into too many details about what portfolios need and everything, but yeah, just make it very clear of like level designer, game designer, technical designer, these kind of categories of design. You really need to specialize in most cases. There's a lot of caveats, or you can work for maybe indie studios or places that do allow you to be more of a generalist, but that's kind of not how things work these days overall. And more often than not, studios are looking for people who specialize in that. So that's kind of my advice when it goes to that. When it comes to a little bit of level design advice, scale is a huge thing. When I was just starting off, I feel like scale was the one thing I was constantly getting wrong. Everything was always too big. So just constantly having reference for character sizes in your worlds and just checking that, as well as just constantly playing what you're making. So after a few minutes of creating something, jumping in the engine and just checking your sightlines, checking your composition, just constantly playing your own work, maybe having other people play it once you're far enough along, and then just iterating based on that feedback, and then just being really critical of yourself. Of a lot of times as we're making levels, we have all the information, we know exactly what to do, and that's why playtesting is so important, because someone who doesn't know exactly what you've put together in what order, can come in and play it, and then you can start to think about how you're communicating to them, if that's working out, and then how you can change that and how to make things stand out when maybe people are completely missing something you thought was very important. So yeah, it's really just about communication, getting really strict with your scale and making sure that that's always feeling really good. Trying to create, super creative layouts that offer a lot of interesting compositions. It's very important to think about the flow of your level and how players will gradually move through that space. If it's more of like a 360 open world type of environment, just thinking about every angle someone can approach your spaces from and how they might deal with that, giving them different options, and just making sure that the mechanics and the options players have are very obvious. So I do teach a level design course at CGMA. This is a 10-week course that kind of takes you through a lot of the basics all the way into like doing combat, and just has just a ton of information about what it takes to create levels and what they need to entail. So that's the end of the presentation, and yeah, I appreciate you sticking around and checking it out. Hopefully seeing a lot of examples of all of the work I've done over my career really helps you get a better perspective of how a lot of this stuff gets made, as well as hopefully it was helpful if you're already in the industry and you just get to see a little bit of behind the scenes work from some of the studio stuff. I always find that really interesting when I get to see some of that for Blocktober. If you don't know what Blocktober is, it's a hashtag on Twitter where you can see a lot of blockouts from people's work for level design. So if you haven't checked that out, that's definitely something to take a look at. If you need to get in touch with me anytime, here's my LinkedIn QR. You can add me on Twitter. And like I said, I teach a course for CGMA, so feel free to reach out to get more information about that or check their website as well. Yeah, thanks a lot.
And thanks to all of you for joining us today. Lots of great look at level design. I love how it built on itself all the way up to our keynote at the end. Lots of great info. Again, reach out to our presenters. Most of them left their contact info. Both Victoria and Shane are doing great jobs teaching other folks about level design. Check out the games from Puzzles by Joe Clutter, Small Amy by Kevin Stevens, and also check out Chris DeLeon's teaching class as well. Really appreciate you joining us. Thank you, Bean. Glad you made it for the end. You can go back and watch the beginning before you take it all down, probably Monday. Daniel, thanks for the questions. Venjak, glad you found it fun. Lots of great info in there. And thanks especially to all our speakers who made this possible. We'll be doing our next big event the second Tuesday in May. Again, looking for a place to show off levels. We'll let you know when we have that settled. And until then, take care and keep working on your own games.